Okay, this is Commissioner Melissa Bynum. I think we will go ahead and get started. I do not see Commissioner King.
Commissioner, we are promoting Commissioner Kane as we speak.
Oh, excellent. We will wait just a moment and let him get on.
Thank you.
Here we go. Okay, we're all here and ready to go. So we will get our meeting underway. And want to wish everyone a good evening and welcome to Public Works and Safety Standing Committee for Monday, January 24, 2022. My name's Commissioner Melissa Bynum. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that due to COVID-19, some committee members, staff, and public are attending remotely via Zoom, as well as some on site. All participants joining by phone, please mute your phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title when you speak so the public that's observing knows who's speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants, and it is current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments are included in the record of our meeting. The public can also indicate their intent to provide remote public comment by contacting our clerk's office by 5 p.m. the Thursday before the meeting. The public also will have an opportunity to provide brief comments either by telephone or Zoom from the lobby of the municipal office building. I will now call the meeting of Public Works and Safety Standing Committee to order and ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Roll call. Groneman?
Present. Present.
Kane? Here. Markley?
Here.
Johnson? Commissioner Johnson?
It looks like he is here. I could see his face. He's having some audio problems, it looks like.
Looks like it. Ramirez?
Here.
Bynum?
Here. We do have two revisions to tonight's agenda. A revised ordinance for item 1 on the Safe and Welcoming City Act, and a new item, number 7, which is a resolution and an ordinance authorizing a survey and description of lands to be condemned for the reconstruction of 47th Avenue from Mission Road to Rainbow Boulevard. Our first order of business is the approval of minutes from our October 25 meeting. Is there a motion for approval?
Markley, move to approve.
Ramirez, second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Groneman? Mr. Groneman?
Aye.
Kane?
Aye.
Markley?
Aye.
Johnson? I think we've temporarily lost him. Ramirez?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
Commissioner
you.
Johnson? No.
Let's work to get him back if we're able. The first item is an ordinance for the Safe and Welcoming City Act. This would ensure the unified government resources are not used to enforce federal immigration law, state that the unified government is an inclusive and welcoming city for immigrant members of our community, and create a municipal or community ID. I believe we have legal counsel Susan Alig here. And Susan, I believe you are going to present on this item. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Excellent. Please proceed.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Susan Alig. I'm a senior attorney with the legal department. I will be presenting on the first portion of the Safe and Welcoming City Act. We have Casey Meyer here, also a senior attorney, who will be presenting on the community ID portion of the Safe and Welcoming City Act. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so that you can see a brief PowerPoint presentation. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Okay. And that is showing the, let's see, it says my screen sharing is paused. Did you lose it? Let's see. There it is. Okay. So this Safe and Welcoming City Act was brought to the unified government by a community group called the Safe and Welcoming Wyandotte Coalition. Those of you who were here a couple of years ago may remember previous presentations given during special session on the topic of a safe and welcoming city. There were some issues in the original draft that caused the legal department to have some concerns. We have worked with the coalition over the course of the past many months to address those concerns and draft an ordinance that both the coalition can approve and support and the legal department can approve. And that is the version that you have in your agenda packet. The goals of the Safe and Welcoming City Act are to foster trust between the community and the unified government, to increase the accessibility of unified government services, to ensure local resources are used for local purposes, to improve the quality of life for undocumented community members and their families, and to comply with state and federal law. And when we say that we're going to ensure that local resources are used for local purposes, that essentially is saying that our local resources are not for the purpose of enforcing federal immigration law. As I touched on a moment ago, the act has two parts. I'm going to focus on the first part, and Casey will focus on the second part. The first part is long, and if you're looking at the document in front of you, it has many subparts, but the general idea behind the first part is that theme that we're going to use local resources for local purposes. We're going to treat immigration information sensitively. Obviously, there are times when immigration information needs to be collected. For example, when we're looking at hiring employees. But there are lots of times when there's no need to collect immigration information. And so we're not going to collect it unless we have a good reason to do so. Once it's collected, we're not going to share it unless we're required to do so. The act requires the unified government to provide translation services in municipal court. That's already a requirement and we're already doing it, but we want to make crystal clear that we want our services to be accessible to non-English speakers. There are also portions having to do with other departments, like the clerk's office providing translation. It says that we're not going to discriminate against people on the basis of their immigration status when we're providing city services. The second part is the community ID, and I will let Casey talk about that when we get to that portion of the presentation. So as I said, the first part really focuses on reserving our resources for our own purposes. And we do have carve-outs that address those concerns that we previously discussed when we presented earlier. So we're not overstepping our authority. We're not going to run afoul of federal or state law with this ordinance. Moving on to part two, I will turn that over to Casey.
Okay. Thank you, Susan. Good evening, commissioners.
And I believe Chief Oakman is online as well, just in case there's a question that you want to direct his way. But like Susan says, the second part has to do with a community ID program. This is different, I want to note, than the municipal ID or police ID that the police department is currently running. The police department ID is targeted for the unsheltered population, and it's an avenue for them to get a valid state ID. This ID is a community ID, which is designed to assist undocumented immigrants and other people who have a hard time gathering the required records that they need to get a state ID. So this would be valid in the city only, and it would require that various unified government departments accept the ID, including the police department. And Susan, I think I'm done with this slide. Thank you. And a goal here was to not retain any of the documents associated with what an applicant would have to provide in the application process. And the most efficient way to accomplish that goal would be to contract with an outside entity. So what that will look like is the unified government will issue an RFP to find a program administrator to run the program. We would then enter into a contract with that nonprofit administrator. The nonprofit administrator is the one who would issue IDs. And then, like I previously said, the UG departments would accept the ID. Area businesses may accept the ID if they choose to, but they would not be required to. And like I said, this would be valid just within the city limits. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
That is the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much. Before we move on any further, I want to acknowledge that legal staff has worked diligently with both the commissioners that have been engaged with this process and several members of the Safe and Welcoming Coalition. And I really appreciate, I think I speak for myself as well as Commissioner Johnson and Ramirez, who the three of us have been engaged with the coalition now for well over a year. And we really appreciate your efforts in bringing forward something that all sides can agree can be beneficial to Wyandotte County. I want to ask if there are members of our committee. I want to also acknowledge that we have Chief Carl Oakman with Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, and we also have Sheriff Dan Soptic with the Wyandotte County Sheriff's Office. So perhaps what I will do is ask either of these gentlemen if they have any comment to make before we proceed to our commission comments and then public comments. And I think we were trying to get Chief Oakman promoted.
Yes, I'm on. I can.
Excellent.
Yes.
Chief, would you like to make any kind of remarks before we proceed?
No, just that the police department reviewed it, and the ordinance as it's currently written does not affect our operation. We met with members of the Safe and Welcoming committee, and we had a great meeting. And like I said, as the ordinance is currently wrote, it does not affect the police department's operations or our relationships with our federal partners.
Okay, thank you very much. Sheriff Soptic, do you have any remarks you'd like to make with regard to the Safe and Welcoming ordinance?
Thank you, Commissioner. Nothing directly. I would stand for any questions that might come up though.
I will state that your predecessor, Sheriff Ash, met with the committee on at least one occasion that I know of, and also showed a real openness and willingness with us to review policies within your department for updates, and we are appreciative of that.
And
Yes,
and
sir.
I'm sorry, and I will say I have also met with the Safe and Welcoming Committee. And while the ordinance may not specifically apply to the sheriff's office, there is definitely a willingness to work with everybody in this community as it relates to this ordinance.
Thank you so much. Thanks for taking time to be here also.
Yeah.
Are there members of our committee that would like to make any comment? I want to point out that Commissioner Ramirez, Commissioner Johnson, and I sort of took this up alongside the coalition back in May of 2020 and met with them rather diligently all along the way until finally in the fall, we handed it off to our legal department to fine tune it and kind of hammer out something that we truly believe can benefit the community, and as was stated, both sides of this can live with. So just really can't thank the two of them enough, as well as all the members that stayed with us for the duration of all of those many meetings we held together. It's an experience that I really appreciate. So with that, Commissioner Ramirez and then Commissioner Johnson, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum. This is, I will say altogether with these two committees, a very good and historic night. We have the Safe and Welcoming on this committee, and in another committee later tonight, I have another ordinance of the UG and us as a governing body and a local government taking a step forward in human rights. So I'm going to try and keep my comments as brief as I can. I cannot thank the coalition enough for working with us. It was a long 18 plus months, but we are finally here. And in the beginning, when we had first met as a group, as a task force to come up and find a solution that was everybody would be happy with. The one word I said that we need to keep in the forefront of our mind as we go down this road is compromise. With legislation like this and any form of government, any level of government, there will be compromise on both sides. And I thank UG Legal, Misty, you worked diligently and so many hours on putting this together. Susan and Casey, thank you for all that you have done. And thank you to the coalition for keeping on, staying strong, keeping with your message and what your mission was, but also thank you for willing to compromise with us. Because now we have a good piece of policy, a thing that we can show to our community and to the communities around us and to other countries or other states and other cities is we value our diversity. It's always said that Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Wyandotte County in general is the second most diverse county or second most diverse county in this country. Tonight, we officially say yes to that and that we celebrate that. As a grandson of an immigrant who came from Mexico, who built a home here in KCK, who had built a business, a local small business that thrived and provided this community. I will say again, some people say this may make KCK a sanctuary city. We don't need to be saved. All we want is to be welcomed in your community, and this legislation does it. So I cannot thank Commissioner Bynum, Commissioner Johnson for staying strong the long 18 plus months. We finally did it. And to the coalition, thank you for fighting for the community and always being there for the community. I'm proudly support this ordinance, and I cannot wait to vote yes on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez, and I will call on Commissioner Johnson.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank God. The third time's a charm. Thank you,
Okay.
Commissioner Bynum. And I think Commissioner Ramirez really spoke and said everything that needs to be said on it. I was just contemplating as he was speaking when I was stood at the First Baptist Church. I think it was in November of 2019. And I gave them my word that I would somehow get the safe and welcoming ordinance to the commission, not knowing what that would mean or how we would go forward. But I made that commitment that we would at least get it to the commission and allow the commission to begin to talk about it and see if there's a way for us to create public policy. And so that from November of 2019 to this day, we have been working very diligently to make that happen. I also want to thank again, I know it's not superfluous at all, the work that Misty and Susan and Casey have done in terms of you all's hard work in bringing this legislation to pass. And again, I can't thank Commissioners Bynum and Commissioner Ramirez for joining me, because I would not have ever been able to get it to this point by myself. Teamwork is what makes the dream work. The Safe and Welcoming Coalition members, you have worked diligently to help us to try to crystallize this. And I believe there has been a healthy tension between all parties that I think is necessary to bring about good public policy. So as we look at our community, and as Commissioner Ramirez has already identified, we have this wonderful diversity. I just believe that it is absolutely necessary to have public policy that reflects the fact that our local government understands that and that we value that very same diversity. And so that with that, Commissioner Bynum, I don't think this is the end of it. I don't think that everyone got necessarily what they wanted, but I think that it's something that is healthy enough of a public policy piece that we can get behind and get it approved and move our city forward. So Commissioner Bynum, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Johnson. I see Commissioner Ramirez, your hand is up. Would you like to speak?
Yes, I profusely apologize. We left out one integral part of our group, Allie Porter.
Yes.
I completely and profusely apologize, Allie. You are the link that has held us together, coordinating all of the meetings, coordinating us with the coalition and with legal. I apologize that I did not bring you up. Thank you for all that you have done and continue to do.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Ramirez. Those comments from both of those commissioners are so very appreciated. It's been a long road. Here we are. Commissioner Davis, I see that you are on with us as a panelist. Would you like to add any comments to this at this time?
Yeah, I'm not a member of this committee, but I do just want to just voice my support for this ordinance. I feel like that one student that kind of comes in, on a very, very extensive group project, and it's like, hey, we got an A. And so thank you, Commissioner Ramirez, Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Bynum. I really hope that this goes through the committee, and I look forward to voting for this for full commission. This was something that I campaigned heavily on in the 8th district. And so it is no surprise. And I got a ton of calls during the campaign trail saying this needs to get passed. We need to get it done. And so for a victory, right, happened so quickly in my tenure in the UG means a lot. And I owe that to you all, to Allie, to a lot of you all that have been doing the work. And so I fully support this, and I hope that you all will pass this and that we pass it through full commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Thanks for joining us and for your comments of support tonight. I want to hear from any other members of our standing committee if there are comments from any of the other commissioners or members of the committee, please. If not, we do have a lengthy list. Our process, as you heard at the start of the meeting, is that folks can make it known that they would like to speak through letting the clerk know that. And we have a number of requests to speak. Folks can also make it known through our process that they would like to submit written testimony, and a number of folks have done that as well. And once we are through those two sections, there may yet still be public attendees who can raise their hand and add to the discussion. This is the time during the Public Works and Safety Standing Committee for public comment on these very important items. So by all means, let's make the very best use of it. And with that, I'm going to hand this to the clerk to help us manage and announce what I believe are 19 requests to speak. She will announce those in the order that they signed up, with the exception that I have asked to move a couple of people to the front of the list who are under time constraints. And then the clerk will read the written public comment that we've received into the record. So I believe Miss Monica Sparks, is that you? Are you going to handle this for us at this point?
I will, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And we do have 20 individuals signed up to speak. We will be calling your name and allowing you to speak at that time. The first speaker we have is Monsignor Swetland.
Thank you. I appreciate your willingness to take my testimony. My name is Monsignor Stuart Swetland. I'm the president of Donnelly College and the pastor of Our Lady in St. Rose Catholic Church here in Kansas City, Kansas. I reside in Kansas City, Kansas, and have so for the last 7.5 years. Thank you for allowing me to testify, and thank you for all the work that the commissioners, the legal team, our police and sheriff, and the coalition have done to reach this momentous point. I am speaking today strongly in support of the Safe and Welcoming City Act. As I think anyone knows who has paid attention to these issues, we need, our current immigration system in the United States is very broken. We need comprehensive immigration reform. All parties know or should know this, but like many things in Washington, D.C., we have reached an impasse where that work isn't currently getting done. In that situation, we can at least mitigate some of the most pernicious effects of our impasse locally by passing this legislation. I am in support of this legislation for many reasons, this act for many reasons. It is the just and right thing to do for our community. It is also one of the best things we can do for our community economically, socially, and morally. And I have seen firsthand similar programs in other places where I have had the privilege to serve as an educator and a priest. When I was in Illinois, in Champaign County, where the University of Illinois is, we put an ID program in similar to the one that is being proposed here. It was very successful, made economic transitions much easier. It made life much easier for those who had difficulty getting an ID, and it worked very well. So much so that actually one half of the county put it in first. The other half was sort of resistant, but the economic benefit for that half of the county that put it in was so strong that within weeks, the other half was begging to be involved. And secondly, as an educator, I have seen firsthand that some people are fearful of interacting with our police because of their immigration status or someone in their families. And we want to eliminate that for the safety of all. so that everyone can have access to public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Monsignor. And I'll stop right now and remind the rest of our speakers. And Monsignor, you did a great job staying within your time limit, even though we didn't tell you you had one. But we have a 3-minute limit on speaking. And as you take your turn, we would appreciate you stating your name and your city of residence for the record. And Ms. Sparks, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you. Our next speaker was Yolanda Hewitt Vaughn. I do not see her online yet. We can come back to her.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Judy Ansell.
Hello, is there any way you can turn on my video?
You would need to share your screen.
Can I do that?
You should.
There's no way.
I'm not sure, Judy, that we're able to do that in this configuration of Zoom.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I got dressed up for nothing. That's
Okay, well, I'm sure you look great.
Yeah. Well, first off, I want to thank you, Commissioner Bynum, and Commissioners Johnson and Ramirez and Davis for their support. It's been invaluable. And also, I want to give a huge thanks out to Misty Brown and Susan Alleg for all of the legal negotiations we've had. My name's Judy Ansell. I'm a leader in the Safe and Welcoming Coalition, representing the Cross Border Network, a local nonprofit. The Safe and Welcoming Ordinance has been developed over 4 years with increasing circles of supporters in Wyandotte County. We've also won support of a number of public officials, not only the ones who have already spoken, but also District Attorney Mark Dupree and the District 500 School Board. I would add that Police Chief Oakman told us that Safe and Welcoming was, quote, not a bad idea, which is about as close of an endorsement as I think we were going to get. And the reason that all these people and organizations have endorsed the ordinance is because it's not just not a bad idea. In fact, it's a good idea and will bring benefits not just to our immigrant neighbors and other marginalized groups who live among us, like the houseless, the elderly, and poor and formerly incarcerated people. It will be beneficial to all of us. As the most diverse community in a changing state, Kansas City and the UG will show with this ordinance our values of inclusion as a community growing for the future, welcoming change rather than resisting it. As the late Senator Paul Wellstone said, we all do better when we all do better. And we believe we will all do better with Safe and Welcoming. We know this because dozens of cities and counties have already benefited from providing IDs. The Faith Action ID program extends to North and South Carolina, Florida, Iowa, Virginia, Oregon, and Ohio, building trust and cooperation between local law enforcement and communities. Also,
And you have 1 minute remaining.
Also, 142 counties and 41 cities have imposed ICE noncompliance with great success, including Roland Park in Lawrence in Kansas, Providence, Rhode Island, Jackson, Mississippi, Alexandria, Virginia, Springfield, Illinois, Ithaca, New York, Lansing, Michigan, and Baltimore, Maryland. Studies show that without restrictions on law enforcement cooperation with ICE, significant numbers of immigrants and Latinos are less likely to report crimes or voluntarily offer information about a crime for fear police officers would ask about their immigration status. Such fears are lessened significantly with bans on such cooperation, and that's good for the whole community. But that's not all. Safe and Welcoming will benefit education and parent involvement, healthcare by facilitating doctor and health department visits, commerce as people feel safer to leave their neighborhoods, and maybe most importantly,
Ma'am, your time has expired.
Democracy and community as all people feel welcome and included. This is good for our marginalized residents, and it's good for all of us who live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy.
Our next speaker is Naomi Tolentino.
Good evening, commissioners. And first, thank you for everyone. I think we can't say it enough. We've put a lot of hours in conversation on this, and we just appreciate everyone's support. My name is Naomi Tolentino. I am a Kansas City, Kansas resident, a voter, and I am also the president of AIR, Advocate for Immigrant Rights and Reconciliation. And at AIR, we are committed to empowering and uplifting the voices of the immigrant community and providing them with the tools they need to better protect themselves and their families. We believe that all people, no matter where they were born, deserve a chance for a safe and dignified life. AIR fully support the Safe and Welcoming City Act because it will give all residents access to a much needed ID with protections. We believe that individuals and families deserve a safe and welcoming place to live without fear of deportation, because for too long, our families have been broken and apart as a consequence of deportation. And it is time that our city or county has policies in place, like the Safe and Welcoming City Act, that will ensure that residents who are just going about their life feel safe. And we ask you to please approve the Safe and Welcoming City Act tonight. And we ask this for my neighbor who was too afraid to report a crime to the police, for the many kids who have lost months of school because their parents don't have an ID to enroll them in school, for the young man who got stopped for speeding, and before he got a ticket, he got arrested by ICE, for the students who couldn't check out a book at the library or attend prom because they didn't have an ID, for the families who constantly call or line to ask for help and resources because they're just too afraid of going to a government office without an ID. It is important that this wonderful city and county that we love considers protecting our most vulnerable communities by providing an ID and ensuring the safety of our immigrants' family by not asking for an immigration status when encountering the police or accessing city service. And I believe that this beautiful and amazing city can do better than that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Naomi.
Our next speaker is Sarah Wagner. You're very faint, ma'am. I don't think we have a good connection.
Sarah, if you can hear us, we will move to the next speaker and come back and try you again.
Okay.
Oh, there you are. Go right ahead.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. My name is Sarah Wagner. I'm a Kansas City, Kansas resident, and I'm speaking on behalf of Rosedale Development Association. RDA supports the passage of the Safe and Welcoming City Act for two main reasons. First, many Rosedalians face barriers in daily life due to not having a government-issued ID. One example that we frequently encounter is participants in our summer youth employment, which places youth age 14 to 17 at a Rosedale business. And the youth don't usually have bank accounts or IDs, which is then hard to kind of pay them and get them entered into the workforce. So luckily we have a good relationship with our bank to make it possible, or else this program really wouldn't be viable. The Safe and Welcoming City Act would be a simple fix to allow our youth to benefit from our program and the income that the program offers. And if this municipal ID program is thoughtfully implemented in partnership with Wyandotte County institutions, it can make it extremely useful for services like check cashing, which would be then available to all of our residents. And then also RDA has a long-standing relationship with the KCKPD community policing officers in our area who attend our neighborhood group meetings and keep neighborhood leaders informed. And we found that Rosedalians who then have positive interactions with the community policing officers are more comfortable and have better communication with the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, making all of our neighborhoods safer. And the progress on this depends on continued trust between Rosedalians and law enforcement, trust that is regularly challenged by national news of deportations and violent conflicts between police and residents. So in order for trust to continue to grow between the police department and our communities, residents need to be assured that their information will not be shared with ICE. In addition, I personally support Safe and Welcoming City Act. My previous job was at a social worker for survivors of domestic violence, working with families that had recently fled an unsafe home. And one of the largest and most immediate barriers my clients faced for themselves and their children was the lack of easy access to receive new copies of documents so that they could begin to rebuild their lives. And in Kansas, in order to get a new state ID, you need proof of identity, usually a birth certificate or social security card. In order to get a social security card, you need a state ID. In order to get a birth certificate, you have to have a proof of residence. Those things aren't really available to people who are in a transient place, just like domestic violence survivors are, and they aren't the only ones who are burdened with this process. Those are houseless, like we've mentioned during this meeting, are those who have issues with mental health are also affected. And by offering an alternative form of ID, the Safe and Welcoming City Act would make day-to-day functioning just a little bit easier for the Wyandotte County residents who are struggling for all kinds of reasons and help remove one of the barriers people face in getting back on their feet after a setback.
Sarah, thank you so very much. Your time's expired. We appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Victoria Arcano.
Hello, my name is Victoria Arcano, and I'm a current KCMO resident, a previous KCK resident. I worked for the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department Victim Services Unit from May 2019 until December of 2020. I'm currently the Chief Experience Officer at a local domestic violence shelter, reforming policy and procedure which negatively impact survivors of domestic violence. I'm testifying in support of this ordinance because my work with the unified government is not complete until I share the instances where survivors of violence were negatively impacted by the unwritten bias of city employees and the lack of explicit protection to residents of Wyandotte County. The instances I share below or throughout my speech are not unique, and they are ongoing. In fall of 2019, I attempted to serve a defendant with a protection order. They were being held in the Wyandotte County Jail after being arrested by the KCKPD. When the defendant had been released, I learned that ICE had taken them. I learned ICE officers were talking to the family while out of uniform. Without identifying themselves, the ICE agents convinced the family to bail their relative out to avoid first appearances. As the defendant was released, they were detained by ICE. I contacted the holding site to serve the protection order and was told the defendant would be deported and that the order would be useless once country lines were crossed. It is not the policy to call ICE, but it happens, and the impact on survivors and their families is dangerous. The defendant might not have been able to physically access the plaintiff, but the order would not be enforceable to protect against unwanted contact. If plaintiffs know that ICE will be called as a consequence of filing a county for protection, the city is cutting off access for survivors to seek protection. In the year and a half that I worked for the KCKPD VSU, I asked immigrant survivors whether they feared for their safety. I found that people would often not go through the order of protection process because they were worried the result would end up with somebody getting deported. During a case where DCF was involved, I talked extensively about the safety concerns the survivor had about getting the protection order. And because they knew getting the order of protection would mean involving law enforcement to serve the order,
Ma'am, you have
They-
1 minute remaining.
they had to consider that deportation was a factor. And to survivors, safety was not worth the risk of deportation, even if a family member was abusive and unsafe. It is concerning to me that the Wyandotte County Sheriff's Department is also not exclusively or explicitly referenced in this ordinance, because detainees of the KCKPD will be held in the Wyandotte County Jail. And that lack of explicit enforcement in this ordinance is neglectful and will ultimately not protect residents who are undocumented, arrested, and detained in the county jail. An additional reason this ordinance is needed is due to the unnecessary barriers survivors and undocumented residents are facing navigating the COVID-19 pandemic. Due to not having a required identification to access rapid and PCR testing sites, many undocumented residents are unable to access testing. In Wyandotte County, there is significant history of deportations, and this has created fear among survivors. They don't feel safe going to the police or going to the courthouse. The community of people without citizenship are fleeing domestic violence, and systems need to take responsibility to protect them. Survivors,
And
especially
your time has expired.
those racially profiled, need to have explicit protection at the city and county level. If you want to communicate your protection is important to us, you need to guarantee deportation is not a factor weighing on survivors of violence when they seek safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria.
Our next speaker is Mercedes Zelaya. Ms. Ansel, I believe you are going to act as interpreter.
Yes, yes, I am. You have to unmute Mercedes Zelaya.
We're not seeing her online. Is she with you?
No, she said she was watching it. She is not with me. Te llamó, pero dice que no estás en el programa.
Would she be logged in under a different name?
I don't know.
Judy, I do not see Mercedes in the attendees list on the Zoom link.
Okay, well, can we call her after I succeed
Sure.
in getting her connected?
Absolutely. If you are able to, perhaps she's watching on YouTube or live streaming it. If you can get the link to her and we can get her signed in, then we'll come back around, okay?
Yep, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Our next speaker is Connie Brown Collins.
Hi, thank you. Members of the Public Works and Safety Committee, my name is Connie Brown Collins. I'm a resident of the Bethel Wellborn community of Kansas City in Wyandotte County. I'm also the founder and organizer of Voter Rights Network of Wyandotte County, an organization that advocates for fair redistricting and other voter rights. I come before you this evening to voice my support for the Safe and Welcoming Ordinance. It not only provides identification for immigrants, foster care youth, those who are without housing, and individuals who recently paid their debt to society, it offers a means of legal identification for seniors, disabled, and homebound individuals. My husband was born in Georgia and did not have a birth certificate. This may be the case for many older individuals who were not born locally, but in the segregated South. At that time, the 1930s, many births took place in homes. Even if a birth did occur in a, quote, separate but equal hospital, the records were often sketchy. I remember it took months and months of filling out forms and sending them back and forth for him to get a cursory record of his birth. My next door neighbor, who is a senior and disabled, gave up trying to find her birth certificate. She was born and raised in North Carolina, and there were just too many hoops to jump through. She currently has a driver's license, but without the Real ID star. She has resigned herself to not being able to fly or to enter Fort Leavenworth to access services utilizing her husband's career military status. In the event that my neighbor loses her ability to renew her driver's license, having a community ID card will help her navigate those necessities requiring legal identification. The Safe and Welcoming Ordinance could change a questionable outlook for my neighbor and might have eliminated some of the trials my husband endured. And I will add as a somber note to this that this neighbor of mine was admitted to the hospital by ambulance last night with COVID. And so I'd ask that you please pray for her. Please vote to approve this ordinance. It has broad reach.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Please vote to approve this ordinance. It has broad reach into many otherwise disenfranchised lives. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Brown Collins. Appreciate that.
Our next speaker is Kim Weaver.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for all you've done to help get this act in place for Wyandotte County. My name is Kim Weaver. I use she, her pronouns. I live in Wyandotte County. I was born and raised here, and I raised my kids here. And I support the Safe and Welcoming City Act. I don't know if I can express how hard it is to be without an ID. Without an ID, people basically have no options. They can't access benefits. It puts them in danger of being even more impoverished and being unsheltered. And once they're unsheltered, it's impossible to get them back into housing without an ID. Safe and Welcoming is a community-based solution that will benefit people while creating trust. I fully understand that the KCK Police Department has an ID program, and I'm grateful for all accessibility that we can get. However, we need something that is accessible for other people. A couple of weeks ago, a friend of mine tried to help get an 18-year-old houseless resident of Wyandotte who happened to be born in the United States, get an ID with the KCK PD ID program, but unfortunately he was unable to get an ID. So this doesn't just affect undocumented people, although they definitely deserve to be included too. Also, we have to be mindful that not all people are comfortable going to get services from our local police department. We need ICE noncompliance alongside this ID program so that people feel safe coming forward without the fear of deportation or detainment based on their immigration status. We have a substantial immigrant population here in Wyandotte County. When I worked for the 2020 census, it was hard for my employees to collect data from part of the county because they were uncomfortable meeting with us. That affected the numbers we were able to collect. That ultimately affects the dollars that come into Wyandotte County. We need ICE noncompliance, not just to help build trust, but also to help build our community. This is a simple and easy way for our local governments to improve the lives of our residents immediately. This ID will help people access benefits in our county. ICE noncompliance will help us build trust in our community. And this is why I support the Safe and Welcoming City Act. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kim.
Our next speaker is Sister Therese Bangert. Sister, you need to unmute, please.
Good evening, Commissioner Bynum and commissioners. I am Sister Therese Bangert, a justice advocate for the Sisters of Charity of Leavenworth. This evening, I am proud and grateful as a Sister of Charity of Leavenworth to join my voice with a team of people speaking up for our neighbors who so often are devalued. In this time of pandemic and before, they are told time after time that they don't belong unless it comes to a job deemed essential. Since the late 1990s, I have been involved with the Kansas legislators in immigration policies. I often walk those Capitol halls with Commissioner Kane. During these 20 years, despite bill after bill for restrictive immigration policies, a bipartisan group of legislators never supported these bills and they never became law. The attempts included deputizing the Kansas Highway Patrol, calling certain Kansas counties sanctuary and withholding state funds, making a broken E-Verify national system mandatory. None of these passed because there was a very strong business coalition in the state, of which the unified government was a member. The business coalition knows that the work of the hands of our sisters and brothers who are immigrants keep our economy going. Self-interest raises a strong voice, and I believe in this matter, interest is also part of how this ordinance improves the quality of life of our neighbors. 2 recent articles in a daily e-news from the National Immigration Forum pointed out our self-interest as a nation in persons who are immigrants. On January 12th, Suzanne Clark, the CEO of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, stated that to grow the U.S. economy and remain competitive, the U.S. has to implement immigration reforms to increase the workforce. She stressed that the country must double the number of people legally immigrating to the U.S., and we must create a permanent solutions for the dreamers. Secondly, in an op-ed for the newspaper, The Texas Monthly, a CEO, Stan Merrick, of a construction company, proposes that immigration reform is needed to sustain Texas's economy and the immigrants that keep it running.
Ma'am, you have 1 minute remaining.
He continues with 2 what seem like common sense starting points: passing the DREAM Act and giving a legal status to undocumented workers already in the U.S. Obviously, Wyandotte County is not Texas, but I don't believe our need for workers is any different. I believe the safe and welcoming ordinance says to all members of this community that we value them and their families. We welcome them to continue to be among us. I join the coalition in proposing that we now embrace our neighbors who only because of a matter of birthplace are not citizens of this country. It is my hope and prayer that you will vote for this. Thank you for hearing me, and peace be with you, along with my gratitude for all who have worked so hard on this ordinance.
Thank you, Sister Treese.
Our next speaker is Lauren Bonds.
Thank you, Monica, and good evening, members of the committee. My name is Lauren Bonds, and I'm an attorney who's been working to support the Safe and Welcoming Coalition for the last 4 years. And I'm here to strongly urge you to support this incredibly important ordinance. As I mentioned, the effort to pass this ordinance has been going on for almost half a decade. And one of the major barriers to this ordinance moving forward, as Susan and Casey mentioned in their presentation, have been legal concerns about the restrictions the original ordinance would place on law enforcement officials. The coalition has spent the last 6 months working with the Unified Government Council to revise the bill and eliminate any provisions that could arguably expose the unified government to legal consequences. We also produced a bill that the ordinance that you're seeing tonight that's going to preserve the provisions that protect members of our community. I just want to echo all the things that have already been lavished on Misty Brown and Susan Allig. They've been an incredible support, and they've been giving us so much of their time to work on these revisions and help us produce an ordinance that I believe is legally unassailable. I can confidently say that the draft that's before the committee tonight would stand up to scrutiny by even the most conservative jurist. Before wrapping up here, I do want to echo a point that's been made by other proponents of the bill tonight. The Safe and Welcoming Ordinance will not only help protect immigrants, but will ensure that the unhoused, formerly incarcerated, and other vulnerable members of the Wyandotte community can access critical public benefits. I say that to say, if this ordinance is passed, it will help a lot of people at virtually no cost or risk to the unified government. I want to thank you for your time tonight, and I also just want to, again, urge you to vote in favor of the Safe and Welcoming Ordinance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lauren, and thank you for all you've done.
Our next speaker is Leslie Butch.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Leslie Bush. I use she, hers pronouns. I'm a voting resident of KCK. I bought my house here in the 4th district just about 2.5 years ago. I love Wyandotte County, and I look forward to calling it home for the rest of my life. And I'm asking you to please support the Safe and Welcoming Ordinance. I don't know what it feels like to worry about getting deported if a police officer pulls me over for expired tags or a broken taillight. And I'm not a parent. I don't know what it's like to try to register a child for school or take them to the doctor without an official ID. But I do know what it's like to live in a community where people I care about have to live with these anxieties every single day, and we deserve better. I have a Master of Social Work. As a social worker, I've worked as an advocate for children in foster care, with survivors of domestic violence, with folks experiencing homelessness. I once worked with a family whose entire income depended on the employment of a 16-year-old daughter who was trying to get a job at the grocery store. Of course, to get a job, you need an ID. So as their social worker, I worked to find funds for a gas card to get her mom to Topeka, where if she even found her daughter's birth certificate in time, she could get a state issued ID, which is about $22 for anyone under the age of 65. If you've been following along, you'll find that these are some time consuming and expensive hoops people have to jump through just to make it through the day. These barriers show people experiencing homelessness, immigrants, and poor and working class people that they do not belong. I support the Safe and Welcoming Ordinance because I want to live in a place where everyone feels a sense of belonging. And a municipal ID and the ICE non-compliance are vital next steps to get us there. So passing the Safe and Welcoming Ordinance is an opportunity to live your values. These values are not to divide and further disenfranchise our neighbors. These values, I'd hope, include equity, inclusion, and fairness. The Safe and Welcoming Ordinance is an opportunity to ensure our communities can see these values in action. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie.
Our next speaker is Mr. Randy Lopez.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioner Bynum, and thank you for the time tonight. My name is Randy Lopez. I am a lifelong resident of Kansas City, Kansas. And first, I want to thank this body for taking up this issue tonight and for listening to our community. And a special shout out and thank you to Commissioners Bynum, Johnson, Ramirez, and Davis for your work, your continued work on this issue, as well as everyone else who had been mentioned already today. Tonight, I come before you as a resident of our county and community, asking that you support and pass the Safe and Welcoming Wyandotte City Act. This has been long in the works, and our community has been asking for this important approval for several years, as noted by Commissioner Johnson. I believe that Safe and Welcoming will help us to do just that, create a more safe and welcoming environment for all in Wyandotte County by helping those who cannot get an ID, like our unhoused, our undocumented, our formerly incarcerated, and seniors and foster care youth, and many more. This will also help to continue to improve the trust between our community and police departments and much more efficiency in our safety departments while focusing on safety and helping others independent of civil immigration status. In a county that's one of the most diverse in our country, we should look for opportunities to love our neighbor and to remove the fear. Let Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas be a shining example on compassionate, loving, trauma-sensitive approaches as a safe and welcoming community. Lastly, I'm also a member of the Kansas City, Kansas Public School Board of Education. And in January of 2020, the school board unanimously voted to support Safe and Welcoming Wyandotte. As we heard from our constituents, our students and families and staff, how this could help positively impact the thousands of families whom we serve. I also just want to say again, thank you to this body. Thank you to Chief Oakman, to Sheriff Soptic for your work on this. And again, tonight, I'm asking that you please pass the Safe and Welcoming City Act and ensure that it's not only policy, but practiced all the way across. Thank you so much for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you, Randy.
We have Yolanda Hewitt-Vaughn online now.
Ms. Vaughn.
Ma'am, you need to unmute.
Am I okay?
Yes,
Okay, great. I'm sorry. I'm real.
you'll need to speak up just a little bit.
Okay. I'm Dr. Yolanda Hewitt-Vaughn, a family physician for 39 years with my primary office in Kansas City, Kansas, in the Argentine neighborhood. And I've seen how devastating to health it is to be undocumented. My patients who are children with immigrant parents face the terrible stress of wondering whether their parents will be there when they get home. I've had a number of patients who have had a parent deported. One of my family's fathers was stopped and asked for ID. He did not have a valid license. He was arrested and turned over to ICE despite his immigration application being in process. They had just bought a house but could no longer make the payments. The wife, an American citizen, as are her children, lost the home and had to pay thousands of dollars to stop the deportation. He had been here for over 20 years. He was detained for about 2 years before winning his case. Another example of how damaging it is to deport parents is a patient whose mother was deported. The father, a US citizen, as were the children, not only had to continue to support the kids and work, but also went back and forth to Mexico for the family to visit the mother. He was completely stressed out. The son was very angry and developed behavior problems. He was failing in school, so the father sent him to live with his mom in Mexico. This child was a US citizen and he was deprived of a US education. I think it's unfair to be told as a child that even though you are a citizen, you don't have a right to have parents. Children with US citizen parents have that right. This is detrimental to children's well-being and to our community. I have had patients who have been assaulted, robbed, had a car stolen, but are afraid to report the crime to police because of fear that they will be blamed and turned over to ICE. So they deal with the stress of the crime and have no recourse to get help or prevent being victims again. This kind of stress that we're talking about lasts days and nights and creates bad health consequences. Stress causes decreased recuperative sleep, which can increase the risk for cancer and obesity, is a precursor for diabetes, psychiatric problems, panic attacks, high blood pressure, heart, just a few. We could have
Ma'am, you have 1 minute remaining.
We could have a much healthier community if people are assured that they're not going to be turned over to ICE because of some interaction with police and going about their daily lives. These people are essential workers who provide essential services. They fill a lot of slots in the community, which provide services for many people. Deporting them serves no purpose and they are not easily replaced. An ID would be very, very helpful in beginning to deal with some of these issues. So I hope that you are willing to support this ID bill. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you, Dr. Hewitt Vaughn.
Our next speaker is Irene Cadillo.
Good evening, Madam Chair and the committee members. I'm Irene Caudillo, President and CEO of El Centro. I live and work in Kansas City, Kansas. I am actually speaking on behalf of our board staff and those we serve, and we thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak in favor of the Safe and Welcoming Ordinance. As a 45-year-old Latino serving organization in this community, we believe this ordinance will ensure that Wyandotte County is a safe and welcoming place, not just for those that we serve, but all residents of Wyandotte County. And I want to first emphasize that there is nothing in this ordinance that limits public safety officers from responding to criminal activity or prevents federal or state and local officials from communicating with each other about any criminal activity. This ordinance is in no way a free pass for any person to actively commit crimes. So everyone, including those without status, will remain accountable to our legal system. And then the second thing I want to remind you is to recognize that our community has been successful and has contributed much to our community. Our family stories of struggle and living in constant fear of deportation are unlimited. But our mixed status families have lived in this county, on average of 20 years. Thus, this ordinance is a step to build trust and cooperation between the local government and local law enforcement with our community. Our clients are reluctant to report a crime because they fear that they will be asked about their immunization or immigration status or that of their friends or neighbors and families. When all individuals can report and seek protection without fear of being deported or separated from their families, police can best protect everyone in the community. The Safe and Welcoming Ordinance will allow residents to go about their lives without fear and intimidation, and would allow victims of crimes to approach police without fear of being detained. Time and resource spent engaging in federal immigration enforcement detracts from our local police department's core functions to serve and protect. Wyandotte County and the families El Centro serves, along with many others, stand to benefit from a municipal ID to bring us out of the shadows and empower us to interact with police and local government. By empowering people in our community, the ID cards promote trust and inclusion. Passing this ordinance not only affirms a commitment for diversity, but builds a safe and welcoming for all and strengthens and improves the lives of many who call Wyandotte County home. The strongest communities are those where every resident feels like they belong as a valued member of the community. We encourage you to pass the safe and welcoming ordinance, and we appreciate those commissioners, the legal department, and those community members that make up Safe and Welcoming for helping us get to tonight. Thank you.
Irene, thank you so much. And I want to thank you for the work that you've done, a lot of which I think has been behind the scenes. Thank you, Irene.
Our next speaker is Diacelyn Tot.
Thank you. Dear commissioners, thank you for your time tonight. My name is Diacelyn Tot, and I grew up and lived in the Kensington neighborhood in Kansas City, Kansas since the 2000s. I'm a WICO resident, voter, entrepreneur, artist, and advocate. And I'm here today to state my robust support for the Safe and Welcoming City Act, because I believe it would truly embrace the full diversity of what makes our county our home and a unique Wyandotte. As I did my literature review on our county, I came across the vision statement of our commission. It states, uniquely Wyandotte, a vibrant intersection of diversity, opportunity, and distinctive neighborhoods, an engaged community, healthy, fulfilled, and inspired. I really like this vision, and I thought to myself, wow, how amazing would it be to truly fulfill this vision? I say this because I believe our community is that, but our policies at times do not support or reflect this, nor us. Safe and Welcoming City Act will provide all KCK residents access to municipal ID with protections for all our communities. And passing this ordinance would be a huge step towards Wyandotte being a truly engaged community and show that we are being listened to. As a little girl, I remember how Central Avenue and Minnesota Avenue used to look like. They almost seemed like abandoned town streets. But throughout the years, I started seeing change and things that were recognizable to me. I saw vibrant colors being painted in the buildings that once were grayed out or had wood panels all over. I saw signs going up in native language and foods that I excitedly recognized. And they were just around the corner from me or in walking distance. Slowly, they all brought life back to our streets, and those entrepreneurs created pathways for more to come. It was so cool for me to know that my classmates, parents, they owned these businesses and they were revitalizing this abandoned or vacant lots. That my mom and I said hi to the owners, probably weekly, because they were our neighbors. And that encouraged me to also invest in our community. As a young girl, through volunteering and creating spaces for people to gather. Then I grew up and I started understanding what truly happened here. Our neighbors were part of our economy system. And not only did they contribute it, but they also helped expend it. They brought resources that at one time we did not have and created avenues for us to have, and many without an ID. And now these streets are filled with celebrations like Diversity, Dia de los Muertos, and they bring thousands of people to our humble county to celebrate the thriving cultures that are here and try all our great foods and all our entrepreneurs have brought to our neighbors. To see the festivals go up, placitas events growing, and banners that represent us around our community. For that and more is why I decided to buy my house in this community and start my business here. I was undocumented once, but my status never stopped me from investing in my community. And with pride, I can say that I learned that from my neighbors. Our economy has thrived thanks to our residents. And what better way than to provide them with means to do more? To continue to thrive and build and bring more to our city, to be inclusive and diverse and bring opportunity as the vision states. Again, I want to state my full support for Safe and Welcoming City Act, and I strongly urge you to pass this ordinance. We have been fighting for about 5 years now, and I believe it is time to make a decision. Once more, thank you for your time and consideration of this ordinance.
Jocelyn, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Evelyn Hill.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. My name is Evelyn Hill. I'm the Director of Equity and Justice at Avenue of Life. I am a resident of Kansas City, Kansas. And first of all, I'd like to thank the commissioners for this opportunity to share and for the work that they have done to get to this point with the Safe and Welcoming City Act. We support any ordinance or regulatory construct that protects and serves all residents of Wyandotte County. We, the Justice and Equity Coalition, are in agreement with this. We are greatly encouraged by FBI data that shows that when an ordinance, when combined with other initiatives, increases public safety by allowing local law enforcement to focus on keeping neighborhoods safe and encouraging immigrant communities to cooperate with law enforcement. Given its place in history, beginning with Quindaro, Strawberry Hill, and Argentine communities, among others, we believe Wyandotte County has been and should remain a place where people and families come from all nations seeking to become productive and law-abiding members of Wyandotte County should be permitted to apply for, and if approved, issued an ID card for all Wyandotte County residents. And that this will unlock many of the services here in our county and city. Thank you also to Chief Oakman and Sheriff Topic for their work. And we stand here on tonight and ask that you vote to approve this ordinance. Thank you.
Dr. Hill, thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Karen Greenwood. Ms. Greenwood, would you unmute, please? Ms. Greenwood, you're still muted. Commissioner, we can return to her if you prefer.
Yes, Karen, we'll try to circle back around to you.
We have a couple of individuals who signed up, but we don't see them online. I just want to check to see if there's another name.
And
Micah King.
Oh, go right ahead.
Micah King. If there's anyone by that name online, please raise your hand.
I don't see Micah or any other hand raised for Micah.
And we also had an individual by the name of Star, who is with the Shelter for Homeless Youth. I don't see anyone there.
I don't either. And can we circle back to Judy Ansel? She was going to interpret, and I think it was for Mercedes, who's been unable to join in on the Zoom, but Judy was going to read her translated item. Can we go to Judy now for that?
Yes, she is available.
Excellent. Go ahead, Judy.
Thank you. And I am speaking for Mercedes Zelaya. She says, I live in Argentine and Kansas City, Kansas. I came to live in Wyandotte County in 2016 after escaping violence in Honduras. My husband was murdered, and I had to leave with my 4 children to seek asylum here in the United States. When I got here, I didn't have friends or family. My children and I were afraid for our lives and traumatized. We didn't trust anybody and still don't trust many people, especially the police. I support the Safe and Welcoming Ordinance because it gives the police a clear directive on what to do when interacting with immigrants. I live in a household of mixed status. Not everyone has legal status. Thanks to God, I was lucky to be granted asylum, but even after it took me time to get any type of identification. Because of COVID, the fact that we had to change lawyers and also long waits with U.S. CIS, that's immigration, our identification cards expired before we were able to get permanent residency. During that time, it would have helped us to be able to get another form of identification. The Safe and Welcoming Ordinance would create more trust with the police and neighbors. I know what it's like to choose to not call them in time of need because while I was waiting for my status, I feared that they would turn me over to ICE. My friend's daughter was sexually abused and did not seek police support because she was afraid they would ask her immigration status. My own child was sexually harassed and my boys physically assaulted by the same person, and I was afraid, like many others, to speak up. We felt hopeless, helpless, but I'm speaking up today. The Safe and Welcoming Ordinance will make me, my family, and my friends feel more welcome, safer in Wyandotte County, our home. We need a Kansas City, Kansas, where my kids can be just that, kids, without the worry that their mother or siblings can be harassed or deported. We need a KCK where I can trust the police. We need safe and welcoming city now.
Thank you, Judy, and thank you, Mercedes. And Karen Greenwood, can we try to see if you can unmute now? I'm sorry you're having trouble.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Bynum. And I apologize for the inconvenience. I would like to read a letter of support for safe and welcoming municipal ID from the Advisory Commission on Human Relations and Disability Issue that is dated July 21st, 2021. The Advisory Commission on Human Relations and Disability Issues unanimously voted to pass a motion in support of the creation of the Safe and Welcoming Wyandotte Municipal ID. This commission enthusiastically will work with the UD Mayor's Commission staff and community support organizations on implementation and publicity. Municipal IDs are crucial to the residents of our county who are homeless, undocumented, elderly, foster youth, or aged out of the system, and those released from penal institutions. This ordinance will give identity to someone who goes to the hospital for acute care, or for a parent who arrives to pick up their child from school. The very basic human rights of all are to be heard, to be seen, and included in our community. Please join us in our mission to deliberately, authentically, and continually support equality for all. The Advisory Commission on Human Relations and Disability Issues is a volunteer board made up of representatives appointed by the UD Board of Commissioners. The purpose of the ACHRDI is to provide, foster, encourage, and stimulate mutual understanding, respect, and harmonious relations among all races, religions, groups, all sexual orientations and genders, ethnic minority groups, and people with disabilities, to discourage and prevent prejudice, intolerance, bigotry, disorder, and discriminating practices against any group or its members. These statements do not represent the unified government, although, and this is signed by our chairperson, Abigail Dillard. And I would just like to say, as a resident of Wyandotte County, as a commissioner on the Advisory Commission, appointed by Commissioner Markley, that I'm really proud of the work that has been put in to the Safe and Welcoming Ordinance, and am very, very proud of our community at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you to the Advisory Committee. Ms. Marks, are those all the comments that are the folks that had signed up to speak?
Yes, Commissioner, it is.
And now we have a number of written comments that have been received that I believe you are going to read into the record. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
All right. Our first comment is from Marcus Wynn. I would like to submit written testimony in support of safe and welcoming. I care about this because, and that's how he ended his comment. The second comment is from Katie Jones, social worker and therapist, KCKPS and KU Strawberry Hill. Good evening, everyone. My name is Katie Jones, and I'm a licensed social worker and resident of Wyandotte County. Currently, I work at Fairfax Learning Center, the alternative high school of KCKPS. I also work as a private practice therapist and at KU Strawberry Hill Psychiatric Hospital. Every day, I work with residents of Wyandotte County who don't have access to an ID and the basic rights it warrants in their community. Imagine being told no every time you need to pick up your kid from school or go to the library or pick up a prescription all because you don't have an ID. This happens to many of my clients, whether they are undocumented, reentering society after incarceration, houseless, or struggling with a mental health disorder. Being consistently denied basic rights affects your nervous system and leads to chronic stress stemming from feeling unsafe. If the systems within your community deny you your basic rights, it doesn't make sense to trust or participate in them. Denying people their basic rights contributes to systemic dysfunction and a never-ending cycle of trauma. Though I provide much-needed mental health services, what many of my clients need before anything else is housing, employment, and consistent social services, all of which would be more attainable if they had an ID card. Safe and welcoming is one simple solution that can make mental health interventions more effective and can build trust in service providers. As a service provider, I cannot do my students and clients justice if I am referring them to resources that they cannot access. We need safe and welcoming now because many of our neighbors cannot wait any longer to get the assistance they deserve and to build needed community connections. We need a municipal ID program and ICE non-compliance so that we can build a Wyandotte County that is truly safe and accessible for all. The next comment is from Sean Stewart. I would like to submit written testimony in support of proposed safe and welcoming ordinance. I own a Kansas business and live here and am not okay with how working immigrants seeking citizenship have been treated. Pass this. Alicia Johnson. I would like to submit written testimony in support of proposed safe and welcoming ordinance. I urge you to carefully consider the impact any decisions or actions regarding this issue will have. We are all human. We should be afforded the dignity of being treated as such. We live in a land of plenty. Many come here looking for safety and a new life. We should not diminish their hope. Raquel Carrion. I would like to submit written testimony in support of proposed safe and welcoming ordinance. I urge you to carefully consider the impact any decisions or actions regarding this issue will have. To me, I think Wyandotte would be a little safer and people will not live in fear if things were not done in just focusing on a certain group. This world is full of different cultures and would be a beautiful place if it wasn't filled with hate. It's good to help, but make sure people really need the help and not just give to those who are not in need, because it's leaving a lot of people out, and this is where kids are getting bullied. Also, people would be able to help support local businesses and not feel left out because of their status. Everyone deserves changes and to be with family. Not all are the same. Carla Medina Diaz. Dear Unified Government Clerk, I would like to submit written testimony in support of the proposed safe and welcoming ordinance on the agenda of the Public Works and Safety Standing Committee for January 24. I urge you to carefully consider the impact any decisions or actions regarding this issue will have. Many of us have relatives, friends, and neighbors who are currently affected by the policies this written testimony mentions, and I want everyone to feel safe in our community. Everyone should feel safe to report an incident to the police without fear of anything, especially being turned into ICE. Like it or not, the people help our community and our economy, and anyone who disagrees, well, it's just because they are not truly involved or taken a minute to sit and truly connect and hear the hardships a lot of people, but especially these people who can't obtain an ID, go through. I speak from personal experience as the daughter of immigrants. I helped my parents a lot and continue to at 19. I purchased the house where I currently live because my parent couldn't. And now that they have their residency, I still continue to help them because it's not easy. So I hope you take the time and take this seriously, as this will make such a big change for everyone in the community. But most importantly, everyone deserves and has the right to feel safe regardless of anything. I will not be able to be present at the hearing as I have to work. And as a healthcare worker, it is hard to take time off due to staffing issues, as we all know. Thank you for your time and hope this is implemented. Marcelo San Juan, I would like to submit written testimony in support of proposed safe and welcoming ordinance. I don't live in Waco, but shop, eat, and visit with friends there several times a week. I have immigrated to this country myself and care deeply about the issue. So many cities in this country have passed similar legislation, so why not Kansas City, Kansas? Such a diverse place with so much potential and such a wonderful community. Taylor Dean, dear Unified Government Clerk, I would like to submit written testimony in support of the proposed safe and welcoming ordinance on the agenda of the Public Works and Safety Standing Committee for January 24. As a member of organized labor and a resident of Wyandotte County, I see it as absolutely necessary for the first steps to be laid in bringing numerous members of our community and workforce out of the shadows and able to begin the path to become legally recognized Kansas City Kansans. Federal labor law takes precedence over immigration law, but as long as members of the workforce remain undocumented, they have no recourse to asserting their workplace rights and prevent exploitation in the workplace. This inability to seek legal protections in the workplace due to immigration status puts downward pressure on the wages and working conditions hard fought for by generations of the American labor movement. Safe and welcoming Wyandotte is a step in the right direction towards building a stronger, more cohesive community and safer workplace. Anna Wallach, dear Unified Government Clerk, I would like to submit written testimony in support of the proposed safe and welcoming ordinance on the agenda of the Public Works and Safety Standing Committee for January 24. I care about the safe and welcoming Wyandotte ordinance as a resident of Wyandotte County and social worker in the community because I have seen firsthand the impact an ID can have and the impact of not having one. I work specifically with the refugee community in Wyandotte County, and a municipal ID would make it easier for this population to cash income checks as they establish their residency, begin to pay their own bills, and begin to establish a credit history. The recognition of a municipal ID in various settings will help these new neighbors get on their feet and contribute to Wyandotte County at a faster rate and help promote greater self-sufficiency as they navigate their new home. Thank you for considering the impact a safe and welcoming ordinance and municipal ID will have on our community. We are all Wyandotte County. Victoria Arcano. My name is Victoria and I'm an advocate for survivors of domestic violence. I worked for the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department Victim Services Unit from May 2019 through December 2020. I now work as the Chief Experience Officer at a local domestic violence shelter. Commissioner, she also appeared online and gave the same testimony. Yasmin Valdez. My name is Yasmin Bruno Valdez, and I have been a Wyandotte County resident since 2007. I am 20 years old. My zip code is 66104. I am representing advocates for immigrant rights and reconciliation in support of the Safe and Welcoming City Act. I have been a longtime supporter of the Safe and Welcoming City Act as I believe it is exactly what our WICO community needs. I support the Safe and Welcoming City Act because it will give all Kansas City, Kansas residents access to a municipal ID with protections for our immigrant community. Passing the Safe and Welcoming City Act will benefit an already vibrant community. I am a DACA recipient and a college student, excuse me, and still at my adult age, I do not have a valid form of identification that does not disclose my immigration status and place me in a vulnerable position as an immigrant. I have struggled my entire life while living in Wyandotte without having an ID. I attended Sumner Academy of Arts and Science, a USD 500 school, and could not attend my senior prom because of my lack of ID. When I started college at Donnelly College in Wyandotte County, I had a difficult time getting my student ID without a formal ID. There have been multiple instances when not having a valid form of identification has negatively impacted my life, and the Safe and Welcoming City Act would change this. I ask this committee to please pass the Safe and Welcoming City Act for the benefit of all. I support this ordinance because it will be good for the community that we live in. Thanks for your time. Desea Bruno Valdez. My name is Desea Bruno Valdez, and I have been a Wyandotte County resident, and my zip code is 66104. I am representing advocates for immigrant rights and reconciliation in support of the Safe and Welcoming Act. I have been a longtime supporter of the Safe and Welcoming Act as I believe it is exactly what our WICO community needs. I support the Safe and Welcoming City Act because it will give all Kansas City, Kansas residents access to a municipal ID with protections from our immigrant community. Passing the Safe and Welcoming City Act will benefit an already vibrant community. I have struggled my entire life while living in Wyandotte without having an ID. There have been multiple instances when not having a valid form of identification has negatively impacted my life, and the Safe and Welcoming City Act would change this. I ask this committee to please pass the Safe and Welcoming City Act for the benefit of all. I support this ordinance because it will be good for the community that we live in. Thanks for your time. Lindsay Bruno. My name is Lindsay Bruno. I live in the Quindaro neighborhood in Kansas City, Kansas, 66104, and I am here in support of the Safe and Welcoming ordinance. I support the Safe and Welcoming City Act because it will give all Kansas City, Kansas residents access to a municipal ID with protections from our immigrant community. Passing the Safe and Welcoming City Act will benefit an already vibrant community. As a student and member of a mixed status family, I understand the value of protecting all residents, regardless of their immigration status, economic income, criminal record, age, and gender. The Safe and Welcoming City Act would provide a valid form of identification to several vulnerable communities that have been left out for far too long. We need you to pass this ordinance for the sake and safety of our WICO community. I ask this committee to please pass the Safe and Welcoming City Act for the benefit of all. I support this ordinance because it will be good for the community that we live in. Thank you for your time. We have another comment from Desi Bruno. My name is Desi Bruno. I live in the Quindaro neighborhood in Kansas City, Kansas, 66104, and I am here in support of the Safe and Welcoming Ordinance. I support the Safe and Welcoming City Act because it will give all Kansas City, Kansas residents access to a municipal ID with protections for our immigrant community. Passing the Safe and Welcoming City Act will benefit an already vibrant community. As a student and member of a mixed status family, I understand the value of protecting all residents regardless of their immigration status, economic income, criminal record, age, and gender. The Safe and Welcoming City Act would provide a valid form of identification to several vulnerable communities that have been left out for far too long. We need you to pass this ordinance for the sake and safety of our WICO community. I ask this committee to please pass the Safe and Welcoming City Act for the benefit of all. I support this ordinance because it will be good for the community that we live in. Thank you for your time. Erica Carrillo. As a resident of Wyandotte County, I beg to please pass this ordinance. Immigrants are here for a better future. They leave everything behind to come and succeed. Making them feel safe and welcome is important as they will contribute to our county. Sister Janet Cashman, I urge you to approve the Safe and Welcoming petition. For far too long, it has been neglected. Safe and Welcoming will put an ID card in the hands of many people who need one, from immigrants, from children in foster care, from recently released persons from the prisons. This at least deserves to be heard by the full commission, which can only happen if the committee approves. Thank you for your positive vote. We have a letter from Senator Pat Petty, Unified Government Public Works and Safety Committee. I am in writing in support of the Safe and Welcoming Wyandotte proposed local ordinance. This proposal is supported by a broad coalition of local organizations who have spent years sharing information about the issues that this ordinance could alleviate. Safe and Welcoming Wyandotte is designed to increase access to vital public services and build trust in our community. It has two major features, a municipal ID and ICE noncompliance. I am proud to be a lifelong resident and to have had the honor to represent this community as a Unified Government Commissioner and for the last 11 years as the 6th District Kansas Senator. KCK WICO has a long history as an immigrant community who are hardworking and family-centered. Today, many of our residents have no ID. Without an ID, it's difficult to transact the business of our daily lives. Many of these same families live in fear of ICE showing up at their door to deport them. This ordinance could help relieve both issues. Committee, thank you for your time, and I encourage you to pass this on to the full commission with a favorable recommendation. Carla Juarez. Dear Commissioners, my name is Carla Juarez. I am the Executive Director of Advocates for Immigrant Rights and Reconciliation, and we serve the Kansas City, Kansas area. AIRR strongly supports the Safe and Welcoming City Act because it provides IDs for everyone with protections for the immigrant community. IDs are necessary to enroll children in school, pick up prescription medication, and access the many services this wonderful community provides. Having a strong ordinance like this one is important so our immigrant community can feel safe to report crimes and continue contributing to their community without fear of deportation. As an immigrant myself, I can attest to the fear that exists within the immigrant community, and I know that the Safe and Welcoming City Act will provide a sense of belonging and safety for our entire community. This ordinance will make our community a welcoming and safe place for all. Thank you for your time and consideration. From District Attorney Mark Dupree, to whom it may concern. Communities across America have been going through a difficult time, particularly in Wyandotte County, where the immigrant population is concerned. Many of these residents do not feel safe in their interactions with law enforcement, which affects the outcome of criminal cases. This is where the Wyandotte Coalition has proven invaluable. I am in full support of the Safe and Welcoming Ordinance in Kansas City, Kansas, because it will help bring real criminals to justice. It will assist witnesses of crime that may not be citizens to cooperate with law enforcement and the district attorney's office. Moreover, it will prayerfully give victims of crime that may not be citizens the ability to fight for justice for themselves. It should be noted that the ordinance is the product of 6 months of negotiation between the Safe and Welcoming Coalition and UG Legal Counsel. It will protect vulnerable populations while providing local law enforcement with the tools they need to do their job, which is to serve and protect all members of our community. We have received some additional comments that were received after the deadline, but we're going to add them into the record. The first one is from Michael Papa, Executive Director of the Mainstream Coalition. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for your elected service and the opportunity to provide testimony in support of the Safe and Welcoming City Act. Mainstream Coalition is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization working to empower informed participation and meaningful action in the political process. We envision a Kansas political system that equitably represents all of its constituents. As a member of the Safe and Welcoming Wyandotte Coalition, an employer in the greater Kansas City Metro, we support the proposed Safe and Welcoming City Act and to ask for the immediate passage of the full proposal. Such protections are essential for building a relationship of trust between the community and local government. In these uncertain times, we as a community have an opportunity to come together. We need to combat the increase of hate and exclusion in our communities and in the broader nation. Instead, we must welcome and support our neighbors. Passing this act would send a clear message that you, the mayor and commissioners, support all Wyandotte County residents, especially those who are most often marginalized. We urge you to approve the Safe and Welcoming City Act for subsequent passage by the full Board of Commissioners. It is time to join the city of Roland Park, Kansas, and commit to building a truly safe and welcoming community in Wyandotte County and the Kansas City Metro. Comment from Dorothy Sabata. I am writing in support of the Safe and Welcoming Ordinance. I ask the county commissioners to support this policy that will make our community more inclusive for the people who live in this community. From Carrie Paulette. Good evening. My name is Carrie Paulette, and I'm a school counselor working in Wyandotte County. I'd like to share my support for Safe and Welcoming Wyandotte. I feel passionately about this issue because I have seen firsthand how the threat of deportation affects the lives of immigrant families. On multiple occasions, students have come to my office broken because they are worried about that their caregiver will be deported. On multiple occasions, minor traffic stops resulted in upheaval and trauma for my students' families based solely on immigration status. My students, who experienced these traumatic events before the age of 11, will never forget the panic they felt on those occasions. All of my students deserve to grow up with their families free from fear. All of my students deserve caregivers who can fully participate in their communities. Wyandotte County is home to a large immigrant community, all of whom deserve the right to move within our city, safe from the fear of detention, separation from their family, or removal from their home. Each resident belongs, and who deserves to be treated with dignity in our county, regardless of skin color, language, or nation of origin. I know that you will all agree that its rich diversity is what makes Wyandotte County a special place to live. The immigrant community in this county makes our county better, and it is important that we do everything we can to ensure that all residents are able to access healthcare, school enrollment, driver's license, and other government processes with proper documentation. This makes our community stronger and safer. I appreciate your time and consideration of this tonight, and I am hopeful that this is an opportunity for Wyandotte County to put its expressed values into action. Commissioner, those are all the comments we have received.
Monica, thank you so much for reading all of those comments for us into the record. And thank you to all who submitted those written comments. Clerk, do you see any other hands in the attendees list or anyone in the lobby wishing to speak on the item?
We do have a hand raised. Angela 143. Go ahead and unmute.
Yes. Please state your name and city for the record, and you'll have
Yes,
3 minutes.
I am Sister Angela Fitzpatrick, and I live in Roland Park. I want to thank all the commissioners and all who worked on these ordinances and all the testimonies I heard this evening. They were heartwarming, and I want to express that life is all about relationships and how we interact with others. Our Constitution says that we are all created equal, but our social construct does not reflect this reality. There's definitely white privilege. Black, brown, and other minority persons are very much aware of this unequal social status and often subject, as we heard, to unequal treatment, intimidation, suspect, and are not accepted and welcomed for who they are as creatures, as persons of God. This safe and welcoming ordinances and the municipal ID will help protect them from such treatment, we hope, from deportation, will lessen their fear of being active citizens or active in our community, and perhaps help them become legalized citizens. I encourage the commission to vote in favor of these ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner, we have Ty Gorman.
Yes, Mr. Gorman.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Ty Gorman from a resident of Northeast KCK in Wyandotte County, and Kansas campaign representative for the Sierra Club. I just wanted to support the wonderful community partners who've joined us to ask you to pass the Safe and Welcoming Ordinance. And thank you for taking up the issue tonight. As a resident, I support Safe and Welcoming to expand access to services for residents through municipal ID for all, and also especially to assure that private information will not be shared with federal agencies, especially ensuring that local law enforcement will not cooperate with ICE. All Wyandotte County local government practice ICE non-compliance and not investigate or report anyone's immigration status. And thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Rick Bahurns.
Hi, Commissioner Bynum. I just want to add that there are at least 2 of us who submitted testimony prior to 5 p.m., written testimony prior to 5 p.m. on Thursday, whose testimonies weren't read. That said, I did not expect them to be read, but since others were read, I'm a bit concerned and wonder where the testimony for my wife and myself ended up. So just letting you know that there might be more testimonies, written testimonies out there that aren't accounted for.
Okay, I also do not know where those would be, but I appreciate you letting us know that somehow you submitted that and it got lost in the melee somewhere. But I certainly appreciate all you've done and all the time you spent with us working on this. And thank you for letting us know that.
You're welcome.
We have Beth Seeberger.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Beth Seeberger. I'm a Kansas City, Kansas resident. I live near Donnelly College. And about 3 years ago, I chose to sponsor an immigrant from Nicaragua, a refugee who came across the border in Tijuana and of course was put in detention immediately, though he had asked for asylum. So he was in detention for 4 months in Georgia. And then because he had a person in the United States who was a citizen and with an income capable of supporting his basic needs, he was allowed to leave and he came to live with me. When he came, the only ID he had was a thing from the detention center with his name and a picture, and a kind of a not very clear and blurry picture at that. But it did say, you know, that he was on parole and asylee. So the first time I accompanied him to the ICE check-in, where he goes, you know, whenever they ask him to, because he is legally here waiting for his asylum hearing. They weren't even sure it was him because the photo was that bad. And also through the lawyer to apply for him to get a work permit, which of course he wanted to do right away, and we did. They said it may take as long as 5 months. So anyone coming in this situation has a long wait before they can get an ID down at the Driver's License Bureau when they get their work permit. So it's a complicated thing. And I was afraid, you know, that he might, going down to the 7-Eleven store near here, he might get picked up if somebody thought he looked suspicious and he couldn't explain in English his situation and have no ID and end up ready for deportation again.
Ma'am, you have 1 minute.
That's it. It is a problem, I just want to say.
Thank you very much.
Natalie Wolf.
Oh, hello. I just wanted to also join. I think it was Mr. Behrens earlier who said that I was going to say I'm just a third person who submitted testimony and I'm not sure where it went. So I just was going to say that I currently live in Wyandotte County and I wanted to support this. I work in the school system with immigrant students, and I really want to be able to see the positive benefits of this impact them and their families. And I also know that, like, I think it was just last week or something, I personally hesitated to report a potential domestic violence call because I thought I don't know about the immigration status of the people involved and how that would impact them. So I had it, more written out earlier, but I wanted to say, speak in support of this. Thank you very much.
Natalie, thank you for hanging in. I'm sorry that your testimony did not come through, but I appreciate you staying with us and speaking for this. I'll ask the clerk if there are any more hands or comments.
We have Corliss Jacobs.
Hi, I'm another one who submitted written testimony. And so I wanted to just add my word of support. I'm a resident of Johnson County, and I've been watching this carefully. I would like to see safe and welcoming be implemented in Johnson County. And I'm hoping to see that Wyandotte County will become a leader in this, and then cities in Johnson County can look to you and say, look what a great program they have developed. And perhaps we can create one here, because we have people here also who are in great need of having an ID. And that's all I will say right now. I wrote more, but many good things have been said. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate that you took the time to submit, and I sincerely apologize that somehow your comments did not make it into the record. Madam Clerk, is there any further comment? If not, we'll turn back to our committee members. Any further comment from the committee, or ready for a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, thank you. I totally agree with what Ms. Jacobs just had outlined for us. I think if we're able to get this through, which I hope and pray we will, that it can serve as a model for other cities and other communities to be able to look to. So I'm Commissioner Harold Johnson, District 4, and Madam Chair, I am thrilled to make the motion to approve this item as submitted and then move it on to the full commission.
Commissioner Chris Ramirez, District 3. I am proud to second that motion.
Excellent. We have a motion and a second. Can we have roll call on the item, please?
Roll call. Groneman. Mr. Groneman? Kane?
Aye.
Okay, I'm going to vote yes, but I do want the full commission to have a discussion on this.
Markley?
Aye.
Johnson?
Aye.
Ramirez?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye. The motion carries. Thank you to everyone who took the time to be with us tonight on this item, and it will move forward to the full commission. Moving on to the next item on this standing committee agenda, we have revisions to our county emergency operations plan. Is Matt May here with us?
I am, Commissioner.
Excellent. We will give the floor to you for your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, other commissioners and members of the committee. If you're familiar with this process, our county emergency operations plan is our playbook, if you will, for how we're going to respond to disaster events. And it's also statutorily required to be updated every 5 years. This is, in fact, what we're doing now. We actually did 2 significant updates that I would point out to you. One has to do with how we operate within the EOC itself, Emergency Operations Center. And that is to try and follow a standard that actually I helped develop at the national level. We have in the past, you probably heard or familiar with the term, the National Incident Management System and Incident Command. We follow that structure roughly in the EOC, but we finally have created a structure specifically for EOCs. And that's what we've adopted. So that's one of the changes that we've made. Most of these changes are in our base plan. It's a large document. It's broken into 16 pieces, a base plan, and then one annex for each of the 15 emergency support functions. So the bulk of the changes are to the plan are in there. We obviously did a lot of other updates, new changes in how different agencies who are going to respond are going to react, but our general plan of attack, if you will, is pretty much stayed the same. It's the other piece that's required of us is to follow what's called a state planning standard. And Susan McMahon, who is our deputy director here and is in charge of our planning department, has really tried to address those. And I'm going to leave it to her to address that topic in general. And then we will both be available for questions following that.
No, thank you for letting us be here tonight. With the Kansas planning standards, they have adopted a way of creating these plans. And our plan is significant in size, as you have seen, due to the size of our county. So there are different things within these planning standards that don't always have to deal with us. Being urban, they really have a fine line between rural and urban. And a lot of the changes in the 2020 Kansas planning standards were more geared towards those rural counties. But we still did our best and worked with their planning division and was able to obtain an approved emergency operations plan from the state, pending approval and adoption by the Board of Commissioners. Like Matt said, the majority of the changes were insignificant to the overall plan, but we had to address certain things via the state wanted everyone to talk about specific things within their plans. One of the things that did not apply to us was wildland firefighting. We don't do very much wildland firefighting in Wyandotte County versus out west. So those kind of things we didn't have to address. And so we can go into that. Matt also talked about how we are going to do business in the County Emergency Operations Center, and that's in Emergency Support Function 5. So if you look at that annex, those are The base plan and ESF 5 were the ones that we did the most tweaking to. But the majority of the rest of the plan is what you have seen in the past. And like I said, we did obtain approval from the state.
And we would entertain any questions the commissioners and the committee has.
Thank you, Matt. Yes, we have seen the size of the emergency operations plan. And you've been in front of us on a number of occasions, and we always value what you bring to the county. I think it's kind of one of the hidden unsung hero departments, I would say, but certainly when we need you, we always know you are there and ready. And so your work is deeply appreciated. Are there questions or comments from any committee member? Let me flip over here and see. I don't see any of our committee members with hands raised. Madam Clerk, did we receive any comments from the public on this item?
No comments were received.
Okay, thank you very much. I would accept a motion on the item.
Markley, move to approve.
Kane, second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Groneman,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Markley,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye. And that motion carries. Thank you both so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 3, we have a request for approval of an application for the Economic Development Administration Travel, Tourism, and Outdoor Recreation Grant for the KC Levees and Riverfront Project. And believe we have Gunnar Hand and Sarah White. Sarah, are you on?
Yes, I am.
Okay, excellent. I will hand it to the two of you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay, I hope everyone can see the presentation here.
Yes.
And I want to say good evening to everyone and introduce myself. My name is Sarah White. I'm a project engineer in our Public Works Engineering Department. And I have also with me Gunnar Hand, Director of Urban Planning. And we are coming to you tonight to talk about a grant opportunity that we hope to apply for and just give you a little bit of information about it. And we're just asking for a motion for support in this grant. This is an Economic Development Administration grant for travel, tourism, and outdoor recreation. It is up to $2 million grants that they're allocating per district, which we are in the Denver, Colorado district. And some of the things they're looking for is projects that will bring about tourism, job opportunity, economic development. They're also looking for projects that are pretty much shovel ready and just looking to maybe complete the project, maybe lacking funds due to COVID-19 issues and maybe less travel and tourism that happened during that time. And they do ask for a match. However, we have a great benefit or a strong application benefit because the match that we have put into the KC Levees betterment is well over the matching requirements. We've actually have put in about over $30 million into the betterment. So that match counts towards this. This also is going to be leveraging KDOT grants that we received through MARC, about $2 million of those for various parts along this project. So I just wanted to show you a few of the project components that are included in this grant. And this really was to help fund the areas that were, kind of had a gap in funding along the Levee Trails project, which is the 17 miles of trails that are being put in with the as betterment to the Kansas City Levees project, to connect those and to also fund the gap for the Riverfront Park. One of the components is the James Street Trailhead. This one's important because it really does connect into the other trail networks in our community and metro area. And so this one would be one of the projects that it's included in this grant. The other two are the Riverfront Park projects that we have worked with the different development in the area to come up with kind of a vision for the area. And this includes a stramp or an amphitheater connection to the river on both sides and boat docks, and just really establishing that connection to the Kansas River, connection up to the levees on both sides of the river. And this is all part of our levee trail network that we've included in with the Kansas City Levees federal project that's going on. And the title of our grant is A Tale of Two Rivers, reimagining the KCK levee trails confluence and riverfront destination. So I think that's all we have tonight for you. Would love to hear any questions or comments.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Gunnar, do you have anything that you'd like to add at this time?
Yes,
Mr.
Madam
Ham?
Chair, just very quickly, I'd just like to note that this is very much in line with the recently adopted Armourdale Area Master Plan. It is in the implementation action plan. And as Ms. White mentioned, the grant's already covered by funds submitted. So happy to take any other questions.
Excellent. A couple of, first of all, just a comment. Thank you to staff for finding the ADA grant opportunity. That's very exciting. We love it when you can leverage funds that aren't, directly out of the pockets of our local taxpayers. So that's very, very encouraging. And the timeline, as far as if we were to be awarded, when would we know that?
Applications are due at the end of the month, and I believe they said they would be notifying everyone by fall of 2022, and all funds would need to be spent by 2026.
Okay, excellent. Other questions or comments from the committee members? I see.
Johnson District 4, move for approval as submitted.
Okay, I do believe that let's go ahead and have a second on the motion.
Markley, second.
Thank you. I do believe that we have a hand raised in the public. I'm looking for that.
Yes, Commissioner Alonzo Thomas.
Thank you very much. Tom, are you able to unmute and speak?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak, Commissioners. I just want to voice my support for this project. I've used the Armourdale Trail a number of times, even after I broke my ankle and got better. It's a beautiful setting to take a walk or to ride a bike, and I'm really looking forward to seeing our riverfront developed where more and more people can use it. And I really, really believe people will use this. Thank you for letting me comment.
Thank you very much. All right, if there are no other comments, we do have a motion and a second. So roll call on the item, please.
Roll call, Groneman.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 4 is an honorary street sign approval. We have a request to approve a street sign honoring Dr. Bernard Johnson, and Jeff Fisher, our Director of Public Works, is here and can present this item. Jeff.
This is Troy Shaw, I'm county engineer. I'm actually going to do this one.
Okay, excellent. Troy, go right ahead.
Just a quick intro. Public Works received a petition for an honorary street sign. As you noted, staff has reviewed the petition and all the necessary requirements have been met to forward to the commission. The request is to add an honorary street sign with the title of Chief Ambassador Dr. Bernard Johnson Street to the Cisna Street, which is north of Quindaro. And I believe Reverend Melvin Brown is here to speak on behalf of the petition. If we can.
Okay. I'm looking for that name, but I saw another name with their hand up.
Let's go with that then.
Clerk, are you able to,
Commissioner, I don't see anyone's hand up at this time.
I don't either, but I did see a hand up and I'm now looking for that name. And
Melvin Brown is in the list.
Thank you. Melvin Brown, is that who? Oh, perhaps that's Reverend Brown. Sir, are you wanting to speak in favor of the honorary street sign naming? And if so, please unmute. I also do see Bernard Johnson present, which I would be happy to hear from you too, sir. Although that may seem awkward to you.
Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Bynum, and to all of the commissioners there. I must make note of Commissioner Johnson because that's my last name. And I want to thank all of you commissioners for even considering the honor. This is one of the greatest honors of my life. May I just give you a little background on myself without sounding too self-centered? Just concerning a street change, I just want to say that I realize that all of us are standing on the shoulders of others. And I never realized it until late, amen, like I do now. I was born in Kansas City, Kansas, reared in Wyandotte County. There lived on 7th Street, 2027 North 7th Street, all of my life until I went off to school. I went to Sumner High School, of course, left there. Well, let me go before that, Northeast Junior High School, then Sumner. And standing on your shoulders, you guys launched me. You launched me to heights that I never dreamt of. But I went from Sumner to Emporia there in Emporia State Teachers College, got a bachelor's degree there and was probably the first Afro-American to go there and get that bachelor's from the School of Music there in Emporia. Left there and went off for many years to Texas, Fort Worth, Texas, to the largest seminary in the world, which is Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary. And I was the first Black at Southwestern to get the doctorate, the earned doctorate degree from Southwestern Seminary. And from there, I stayed 30 years in Texas. Thought Texas was the bomb, and it is great. But I remembered my home base. I remembered how Wyandotte County and Kansas City had launched me. You don't forget the bridge that brought you over. You guys brought me over, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm proud of you all. I hope that you're proud of me. I left the seminary, has had so many wonderful acknowledgments and achievements that have come my way. And came back here because my mother got sick, and she passed since then. But I'm just so grateful. I never will forget. Mama used to whip me and say, "I'm whipping you because I love you. I love you so much." I didn't realize that, what that love was about. But life will whip you sometimes, And it may not say I love you, but it will help you to stand up taller and stand on the shoulders of people who have made a phenomenal impact on your life. And I want to say the people in Kansas City have made a phenomenal impact on my life. I do support the street changes. It wasn't my idea, but I made an impact in Fort Worth, Texas. And one of the people from Fort Worth, Texas, I guess they caught a vision of trying to change the street name or have an honorary portion of Cessna. Amen. And so I do support it. I think it would be good because if I do have any notoriety, I played the saxophone. I was born with asthma, couldn't play it hardly, and couldn't breathe correctly to save my life. But and I don't want to get too spiritual on y'all, but you know I am a pastor. I am the pastor of Amazing Grace, and just want to tell you that I was blowing my horn one day and couldn't breathe correctly, and I blew it so hard, the saxophone, until I passed out. And right when I woke up, I heard a voice in my spirit speaking to me saying, Bernard, check your lungs now. And I checked my lungs, and that asthma that I'd had for 17 years straight every day, instantly it was gone. So God healed me, and he did it for a reason. God does things for a reason. If I have any kind of notoriety, and I do thank God for what he's done for me, but I want to bring it back home to Kansas City, where I was born and where I was reared. Right now, we started a prayer line with 4 people. And in 11 or 12 years, we have now the largest prayer line on the planet. We have over 200 countries hooked to it. And we have several hundreds of ambassadors, what we call them prayer ambassadors. And we have, they say through the blog line, we have 1.9 billion listeners. We've done a lot of things here in Kansas City to help, because this is where we're from. And we've tried to help the community of Quindaro out there in Wyandotte County. I was telling the mayor the other day, he came to visit our church and brought a proclamation where he made December the 30th, Bernard Johnson Day, and I appreciate all that. But we've tried to do a lot of things in that area. We gave out toys. For several years, we've given out toys. This year, we gave out truckloads of toys all around the community, not only helping the community, but helping other churches and facilities and all around the area to help to show that we love people. I suggested to our church, Amazing Grace, just the other Sunday, that now, since we have given out food baskets on Thanksgiving and Christmas, I want to implement now giving out a food basket, 1 per week. There are about 52 weeks in a year. So we want to target 52 houses around that area down Sisma Street and just other streets connected to us and around our area. Not only that, we're helping, with the utilities of some of those families in that area. During the end of the month, their lights are cut off. And if we got the funds, we'll extend it to them and be a blessing to them. We want to help. Now we're helping people who are getting food stamps through the baskets that we'll give out, help feed the hungry. The other day, I said to my church, I said, we normally fast on the whole month of January. I said, but not a fast is making a sacrifice on the food. But what we want to do, a fast can be sacrificed or sacrificial in several areas, and it will help ingratiate our church with those who are in need. And I said, I want us to sacrifice and bring every coat that we have available in our closets. And we want to just clothe the persons who are on the street who are homeless. We got one of my deacons who really go around among the homeless. And so he'll do that. And then on top of that, I said, we want to just make a place for those persons who are down and out. We want to go to them, those people who are in situations like in hospitals. And not only that, we've been doing that for years, but hospitals and going to people who are in senior homes and trying to bring joy and peace and love and all kind of things to them. I'm talking too long here, but I just want to tell you, I appreciate anything that you want to do for Dr. Bernard Johnson. I'm not seeking it myself, but because they have embraced it in our church, and our church is asking that you would make the street change. I want to do it because all the times that we have to give our address out at 2955 Cissna, always have to explain where Cissna is. And I'm not saying that I've got so much notoriety, but I can say that if I do have any notoriety, I think they'd be able to find Dr. Bernard Johnson, our chief ambassador, quicker than they would Sister, for sure. But, my
Dr.
God.
Johnson, thank you so very much. I love hearing about the work you've done and what you've brought to Wyandotte County. And I stop you only because Commissioner Johnson has his hand raised. And I believe that might be a sign that he's ready to move forward with this. So I will turn it to Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this is a wonderful opportunity here. But right now, I seek permission from you to pass due to a conflict of interest, due to the fact that we both have the same last name.
I see. Thank you very much for that recusal.
Commissioner Mike Kane, move for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second on this item?
Markley, second.
And we now have a motion and a second for approval. Dr. Bernard, again, thank you so very much. Clerk, any comments received from the public?
We have no comments from the public. We do have a hand up from Elnora Jefferson.
Okay, let me see. Go ahead, Elnora.
Okay, good evening, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I just want to say that Dr. Johnson is my classmate in the great class of 1966 at Sumner High School. And I would be remiss, I'm sure the class would call it remiss if I did not join in and say that our class wholeheartedly supports the renaming of the street in his honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. We have a motion and a second, so we will have roll call on the item.
Roll call, Groneman.
Aye.
Thank you. Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye. Thank you all and congratulations. The number 5 item on our agenda is we have an update on the awarded Sustainable Materials Management Grant from the EPA, and we have some members here from Public Works, Jonathan Gutierrez, Laura Drescher, Julie Davis. Which of you would like to take the item, please?
Yes, this is Jonathan Gutierrez of the Solid Waste Division for Public Works. Before I begin, I just want to make sure that Julie Davis, who's an attendee, if she could be promoted to a panelist at this time, as I give a brief introduction.
Okay.
I'm sorry, could you repeat her name?
Yes, it's Julie Davis.
Thank you.
As Julie's being promoted, I just want to give a quick background before I give a presentation. So once again, this is an update to a grant opportunity that we presented before this committee last year and then the full board to apply for an EPA grant from the Sustainable Materials Management. That was April of last year. Fortunately, in September of 2021, we were awarded that grant to conduct a feasibility study for a compost facility here in Wyandotte County and the amount of $95,000. Again, this required no local funding of matches. Since then, the Solid Waste Division has retained the services for Burns McDonald to assist us in completing this feasibility study. And so tonight, Julie Davis is from Burns McDonald. Will be presenting a short presentation that will kind of outline the task and the schedule for completing this feasibility study for a compost facility here in Wyandotte County. So, Julie, if you're
Yeah, hi, this is Julie Davis with Burns and McDonald. I'm working on sharing my screen right now. All right, is everyone able to see the slideshow presentation?
Yes.
Great, thanks for having us. This is for informational purposes. Jonathan gave a great introduction to this study. I wanted to introduce you to the Burns and Mac team. Those of you who don't know us from our recent work on the solid waste management plan, this is your local team that's working on this project with you as well as others. And the compost feasibility study came about through the EPA funding, which was received for $95,000, which our team helped to put together the grant application. It is part of a regional effort to divert organic materials from the landfill. And I believe that this project was supported by the EPA because of its commitment to supporting the waste management hierarchy, which you see there, that source reduction, reuse, and diversion are all prioritized over landfilling of the material. This study is looking at feedstocks from the unified government, looking specifically at food waste, which we know is 20% of the existing waste stream or more that's going to the landfill currently. Residential yard waste to be diverted from that drop-off facility and potentially from your residence curbside for beneficial reuse as composting, biosolids from 2 wastewater treatment plants, and then the BPU tree trimming waste, which is significant volumes. So all of those are being considered for feedstocks for this project. We're looking at opportunities for public-private partnerships as potential composting facility models, and then that the end products, the compost that's generated, would be utilized by UG operations. So through Parks and Recreation and Public Works, and then where there's excess, that it would be available for residents to use. So we've kicked off this project in November 2021, and the final presentation on this project will be presented back to you all, to your commission in August of 2022, and that schedule is dictated by the EPA funding calendar. And then I wanted to share with you a little bit more detail on each of these tasks and see where it fits in with the schedule that's presented in front of you here. So task 1 is stakeholder engagement. This is probably the largest piece, to identify where those large food waste generators are. So looking at food waste from school districts, from food manufacturers, what your residents are generating for curbside collection in their trash and potential diversion of that. Grocers. So we're going to be doing a survey that's going to be understanding where that material is being generated from and what the interest level is in diverting that material for beneficial reuse. And then we're also holding one-on-one meetings with material processors. So Missouri Organic Recycling and CS Carry are existing private sector companies that are processing organic material. And then looking at stakeholder engagement with community partners. So looking at your neighbors and where else material is being generated that could be utilized in these systems. Working with community gardens that we know are active in composting, and of course the community partner BPU, which has a large generator of tree waste. Task 2 is looking at a site evaluation. So The two sites that have been selected for review are wastewater treatment plant 20 and the Riverview site out off 82nd in Riverview. And as I was reviewing my slides, it dawned on me that these are not to scale. So Riverview is actually twice the size in lands in acreage as wastewater treatment plant 20. But the way they're presented here, they look the same size, but there's more space out there at Riverview. But these are two potentials for placing a compost facility, and we'll be looking at what's required for permitting these facilities as well as operating needs. And then task 3 is looking at those feedstocks that I mentioned earlier and different types of processing evaluations. So there's different technologies that you can utilize that have different spatial requirements, different capital and operational costs. So I'm not sure how much you know about commercial operations of compost facilities, but there's aerated windrows, aerated static pile in vessels, and we'll be looking at each of those different technologies and what would work best based on the feedstocks and space that's available. And then task 4 is concept design. So we'll take all of the information learned through task 1 through 3 and select a technology, a site, and understand the feedstocks and develop a conceptual design based on those results. And then that would include drawings and facility layout, roadways, all of the details of a potential facility for you all. And then conclusion would be a financial evaluation of your planning level of the capital and operating costs. To help the UG to support if they want to move forward with facility development. I know it's been a long evening, so I ran through that very quickly. I'm happy to answer any questions, and congratulations on this grant and this exciting opportunity.
Thank you, Julie. It is very interesting. And I just, we've had such a wide variety of topics on our agenda tonight, but I think they all are expressing the progressive direction of the government. And so I have a real appreciation for that. And it is neat to get a grant like this to study something so important for the future of our community. Are there any other questions or comments from our committee members? I see, let's see here. Commissioner Markley.
I was just going to say that I'm hopeful there'll be some compost left for the public uses part for my garden, but I think this is a really great idea. I'm excited to see how it goes.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, any comments from the public on the item?
We've received no comments.
Thank you. Julie and Mr. Gutierrez and the team, thank you very much for the presentation. This was an information only item, and we will look for your updates as we continue to move through this feasibility study. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And item 6, we're staying with Public Works. We have a quarterly report. So we have the Public Works team. Is Jeff Fisher here? I've looked at the list. There's Jeff. I don't know who all is joining you tonight, Jeff, but we're going to let you take it away with your report.
Okay, thank you. And we'll be as brief as we can considering their agenda. I do have some participants as usual to help with the presentation, and so we'll introduce them as we go. We first of note, Mr. Reno, you're going to pull up a PowerPoint.
Hey, Jeff, yes. And Monica, will you move Trenton Fogelson over to the panelist side for us?
Looks like he's there.
She's done that, Dave.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so one of the first things I want to note is, if you go to the second slide, Reno, is our strategic plan is about 2 years old, excuse me. And so we'll be reviewing that over the next few months and see if there are any changes or any enhancements we want to make. And so most of you know that, Public Works organization's primary objective is simple. It's the construction and maintenance of public infrastructure. We believe in order to do this at a high level, that we must create a culture of leadership excellence, that results in a high level of customer service and better outcomes across the board. So we spend a lot of time on that culture and leadership. And I guess to highlight that, I'm going to hand it over to Jonathan Gutierrez once again, Diana Jimenez, our office manager, and then Dave Reno, community engagement officer. I'll hand it over to Jonathan.
All right. Good evening again. This is Jonathan Gutierrez, the Solid Waste Division. So I was going to provide a quick update again on accreditation initiative that the Public Works team has taken. So Public Works has selected a committee to look into getting accredited through the American Public Works Association. Again, this is a accreditation that requires public works departments to look into their overall policies and procedures. Currently, the committee that we have has representatives from each of our divisions. And so far, we have obtained the current manual for accreditation. We've attended training workshops for the APWA manager, and we've also reached out to other local municipalities that have been accredited through the APWA process. Ultimately, this will be a process that will require the Public Works Department as a whole to look at our current practices, which we believe will obviously then kind of translate to better services for Kansas City and Wyandotte County residents, and goes along with our overall initiative of we can, we must. So once again, just appreciate giving the opportunity to talk about this endeavor.
Okay, this is Diana Jimenez, Public Works' office manager. So when developing ourselves is something that we value because we know that great people provide great services. Public Works' roundtable program is entering its third year, and while completely voluntary, we've had more than 80% of our team participate. This program has allowed us to tackle culture from both the top and the bottom of our department. It has helped us develop leaders at all levels, and it's created better and stronger teams. What's new about this year's roundtable is that the program's developed entirely by a committee of folks from every level of Public Works. In Public Works, we know that great teams matter, and that's exactly what the roundtable is helping us build. I'll turn it over to Dave Reno.
Thanks, DJ. Dave Reno, Public Works' Community Engagement Officer. We're always looking to add new tools to our communications toolkit, and this year we're really excited to roll out a new feature on the website that allows all of our major divisions really to speak directly with the audiences that are interested in the services that they provide. So each division now has its own dedicated news page where they can provide service-specific updates from their teams. If you'd like to have a look at one of these working right now, visit wykokck.org/fleet. As we progress through the year, we'll keep adding information here. What's unique about this is that Public Works produces a great deal of content on a daily basis. And so much so that if we posted all of this content as regular news features on the main webpage at wykokck.org, it would overwhelm all of the other important information that other departments have to share. So this new feature really does allow us to continue to tell the Public Works story, but it does it in a way that allows other departments to tell their stories as well. I'll hand it back over to Jeff.
Thank you. So, of course, we have some nice projects, some exciting projects coming up. I wanted to highlight those real quick. I have John Kelly, our facilities director, Troy Shaw, our county engineer, and Trenton Fogelsong, program lead, wastewater. I'll turn it over to them.
Good evening, commissioners, administration, and other staff. Here's just a couple little pictures that we're getting ready to show. We'll move to the next slide here in a second, but we'll be talking about the City Hall stabilization project in the Pearson Park Fire Station. So with the City Hall stabilization project, that is a project that encompasses around $5 million total investment between years 20 and 21. We've got the money funded. We just received bids for this particular project. We went out with an RFP. We received bids in the end of December. We're working internally with our county administrator's office and some other departments to put a committee together to review the bid for that particular project. Pearson Fire Station, that is another one that just last Thursday, we went through the planning process where we have to go out to the community partners in that neighborhood there at Pearson Park, and that went very well. We didn't have a rather large turnout of people on that with a virtual call, but otherwise that project also currently in the slide, it talks about a $8.7 million total investment. And this last budget cycle, we went and amended that budget to ensure that we would have enough money to do that particular fire station. And that will bring us one rather large fire station to remove two smaller fire stations that aren't really adequate for the services that they need in the Turner area. And that's all I have for this particular slide.
Troy Shaw, County Engineer. I'll be quick through this. Dave, go ahead and go to the next slide. We've already talked about these projects in the past, so I'll give you a quick update. 7th and Central, currently under design. All right, sorry, that one has been bid, and we have ordered the parts, and they're planning on starting spring of this year. That's a KDOT project, so its construction is ran by KDOT. So we'll see that one getting started this spring. Hutton and Donahue intersection, that one is getting close to being done with design. We will bid that one probably this spring and look for summer to start construction. Next slide. Annual pavement preservation. We're putting those contracts together right now for 2023. We'll be bidding those in the next couple months and have that ready to start rolling this spring and on into the summer for construction. Hutton Leavenworth Road. This one is still out another year. It'll probably start construction spring or summer 23. This is a bigger project, and we'll have some right-of-way acquisition that we're working on later this year. We're currently under design on that one. Roll ahead, Dave. And then Safe Routes to School. We're planning on this, worked out well. Construction is planning on starting the summer of this year. There's also another KDOT ran project. So about the time school gets out, we'll be starting construction on some sidewalks. So go ahead and move forward, Dave.
Trenton.
Okay, next slide. I don't know if I can be as fast as Troy. Call point biosolids. We kind of had a reset. We've got a new contractor on board with this, and we've got a contract in place. So really, the design effort's really just getting underway right now. We'll be doing that throughout 22 and probably start construction on some of the early components late in the year. The annual system renewal, that's just an annual program, once again, just to allow us to keep our system operating reliably and maintain its efficiency. You know, that's our 5 treatment plants, 80 pump stations, and 1,200 miles of collection systems. So this one here, I think with the system renewal is really talking to the collection system. So we just go out, we do investigations and do priority repairs and rehab work on the collection system, shown as an $8 million per year investment. Next slide. The Jersey Creek Sewer Separation Project. So we all probably remember that we entered into a 25-year consent decree with EPA and the DOJ. The early action projects for overflow control. One was the Wolcott plant on the separate system, which we've done. This in the combined system is focused on the Jersey Creek watershed. And so the first project is in the area of Waterway Park and Big 11 Lake. Primarily it consists of doing sewer separations so that we will end up with 2 sewer systems, one for stormwater, one for wastewater. Right now they kind of commingle. The stormwater, the clean stormwater, will be routed through Big 11 Lake, which will improve lake quality and also provide storage for the stormwater and then help reduce downstream overflows. And this is phase 1. There's a follow-on phase 2 planned in a couple years. And then the pump station rehab, it doesn't say it on here, but it's an annual program, again, to keep our assets working reliably and efficiently. This one, this year, it's actually a 2-year project for 22 and 23, is the AID pump station, which is basically on the west side of the Kansas River below the Central Avenue Bridge. And that was built 55 years ago. And so the structure and the equipment basically has outlived what its predicted life would be. So this is a very major investment in our system. We've got it estimated at $8 million, and it's vital as it's the primary influent pump station to Call Point, our biggest treatment plant, and it also helps keep the system dewatered to keep Armadale from flooding. That's all I have.
Thank you. I'll just note real quick that, the costs of construction continue to be problematic for us. We're managing that best we can, sort of timing things best we can, looking for alternatives, doing some value engineering everywhere we can. In closing, I'll just say that the infrastructure subcommittees is worth noting too. That's been a real exciting discussion. Just today, we met with the Streets, Bridges, and Streetlights subcommittee and discovered we had met 11 times. And then the Facilities and Parks, it's just a little bit less than that, but they're both on similar track. And we hope to have a final document to present to the full commission sometime in March or April. That's all we have. We'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Jeff, and to your whole team, and you and your team are all just phenomenal. And as we keep talking about in our infrastructure subcommittees, without public works and our infrastructure, we have no city. So, it's just vitally important that we continue to state publicly as often as we can how important it is, the work you are doing, and these projects, some of them to the average person might seem mundane, but without them, we're in dire trouble. So I just want to make that point one more time for the record. And Commissioner Johnson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeff, whoever's running your presentation, can I go back to the last screen that was talking about Big 11 Lake?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I was just wanting to talk about the Jersey Creek sewer separation. The gentleman had mentioned that would run through Big 11 Lake. We all know that Big 11 has had problems with algae at least the past 2 years that I'm aware of, that the state of Kansas has made us aware of that. Will these changes help to mitigate that, or can anybody speak to that?
Trenton, can you speak to that?
I can, although I'm not an expert on the algae blooms themselves. We are aware of that, and the concern about the water quality in Big 11 Lake is a primary concern as we go through and look at the evaluation. And we haven't got into the details of that and how we will message to the public and also do the science of maintaining the water quality there. But when it comes to stormwater, pretty much a lot of it's going to revolve probably around public education, and if whatever people put on the ground will end up in the storm system and the waterways downstream. So I imagine that'll be a major component of it. But like I said, we haven't really got into it to determine exactly what caused those blooms. If it's an aeration thing, we likely will end up with some kind of a aeration system to add oxygen to the water and keep it healthy. But other than reassuring you that we're aware of the need to be focused on that and only improve the water quality in Big 11 Lake, I don't really have any more specifics at this point. Okay,
Trent. Well, I appreciate you at least addressing that. I mean, the community is, weary of going there to fish now. And I know that we've made there, or not we have, but the state has made some notions as to whether or not it's safe to be able to go and fish there. But I know that there's a concern in the community about, are the fish that are in that lake, are they safe to consume? So I appreciate you guys at least addressing the issue.
Yeah, we will definitely be mindful of that. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. I really appreciate the updates that you're bringing. It's really beneficial. We've got to stay on top of what all is happening. So Jeff and all your team, thank you so much. And you have the last item. You're so lucky. This particular report was simply an information item, part of the Public Works Department bringing us quarterly reports of their activities. So the last item is a resolution authorizing the survey and description of lands for condemnation. And this is a blue sheet item. We need to have a resolution declaring the necessity and authorizing a survey and description of lands necessary to be condemned for the reconstruction of 47th Avenue. Is James Bain still on board with us?
I am, Commissioner.
All
Thank you.
righty, take it away.
And there's actually an ordinance submitted with this as well. And I know the process on this one looks a little odd, but it is the same resolution and ordinance that you all see each time that we acquire property. Normally, we bring the resolution, which declares the project necessary and authorizes the survey. And so we know what properties we need to acquire or easements we need to acquire. And then a few months later, we would come to you with the ordinance, and the ordinance would allow us to file an eminent domain petition in court. And in order for the court to determine a fair value for the property that we would eventually acquire. And so the normal process, we do the resolution, and a few months later come back and do the ordinance. This project, we're asking both the resolution and ordinance to be passed in the same night. Early last week, Kansas Department of Transportation, who is funding 80% of this project, came to Public Works and the project manager engineers and notified us that KDOT was requiring the property to be acquired earlier than normal. And so that normal, 2 to 3 month period that we would have in between the resolution and ordinance, that normal 2 to 3 month period doesn't exist on this project. And that's why we have to have them both passed at the same time. I'll turn it over to Troy Shaw to add anything I missed and also talk about the project.
Yeah, this is Troy Shaw, County Engineer. I'll do real quick. This is a unique project. 47th Street or Avenue between Rainbow and Mission is owned partially by the UG and partially by Westwood. And the grant was actually awarded to Westwood, and Westwood is the one managing the project, where you're just splitting the non-grant portion of it with them, since we own half the road and they own half the road. So we're basically going through this process with the UG, and they're going through the same processes in Westwood for the easements and right of way they're looking for. And as James noted, this one, we're moving stuff up a little bit per KDOT schedule. And I think basically their schedule still works like it always has, only in the past, they would allow leeway for if we've started negotiations and what we're doing and we're working through the condemnation process. Now they've said, in order to get the conditional approval from us, we need to have the ordinance in place so we know that you will have that property by a certain date. Basically, the ordinance is not saying we're going to definitely condemn everybody. We'll still do negotiations and all that. And I think we're doing 7 or 8 properties and one permanent or one right-of-way taking, which we're looking for, which is basically just to get the right-of-way where it should be. My screen I shared, I think the red is the right-of-way, the green is the temporary construction easement. And the green is just basically for driveway construction. KDOT requires you to have that since you're potentially going to be outside the right of way. So if you have any questions, the project is a complete street project. If you've seen the striping that Westwood put out there a couple years ago, we're basically formalizing that with the project. There'll be pedestrian safety, lighting, landscaping, curb, sidewalk improvements. It fits with our complete street ordinance that was passed a couple years ago. So any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Okay, thank you, Troy. I mean, it's a good project. We've got a compressed timeline here is really all that's happening. And anybody have a question for Troy or James Bain? If not, I would take a motion.
Commissioner Ramirez had his hand up.
Okay, Commissioner Ramirez, go right ahead.
Oh, nothing major. I was just going to thank James and Troy and Public Works, and this is in my district, and I know a lot of Rosedalians love this project. They're looking forward to it. So just thank you for all that you're doing. I will, Commissioner Ramirez, District 3, move for approval.
Commissioner Kane, second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Roll call on the item.
Roll
Commissioner
call.
Bynum, is this on the, I will have to ask legal if this is on the resolution or the ordinance.
Good question.
I would prefer two separate
Okay.
motions and votes.
Okay, so we'll go with the resolution. If the motion maker and second are good, we will go with the resolution and then come back for the ordinance.
I'm okay with it.
Yes.
Great. All right, thank you. Roll call on the resolution.
Roll call. Groneman,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye. And that carries, and now we'll take a motion for the ordinance.
Move to approve the ordinance as submitted. Ramirez.
Kane, second.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second on the ordinance. Roll call.
Roll call. Groneman,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Markley,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye. And that carries. Mr. Groneman, thank you very much for your service tonight and hanging with us. It was a long meeting, but a very worthy meeting. That does conclude our Public Works and Safety Standing Committee, and we appreciate everyone's attendance. We are adjourned. I will turn it over to Commissioner Markley to chair Administration and Human Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, here we go for round two, team. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that due to COVID-19, some committee members, staff, and public are attending remotely via Zoom as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. During the meeting, please make sure you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of the meeting. The public may also indicate their intent to provide remote public comment by contacting the clerk's office by 5 p.m. the Thursday before the meeting. The public will also have an opportunity to provide brief comments either by telephone or via Zoom from the lobby or from the lobby of the municipal office building. I will now call the meeting of the Administration and Human Services Standing Committee to order. Would the clerk please call roll?
Roll call. Kane.
Here.
Johnson,
Here.
Townsend. I'm sorry. Ramirez.
Here.
Bynum,
Here.
Markley.
Here. There were no revisions to tonight's agenda, and our first order of business is the approval of meeting minutes from our October 25th meeting. Is there a motion for approval?
Commissioner Mike Kane, move for approval.
Bynum, second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Kane,
Aye.
Markley,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
All right, our first item is a request for approval of the ARPA Subcommittee allocation recommendation for the Health Department additional needs for 2022 and beyond. Alan Howes, Wes McCain, and Kathleen Von Atchen are here to present. I don't know who's taking it away first, but jump right in.
Good evening, Commissioner. This is Alan Howes, Assistant County Administrator. I'll maybe get us started here and then hand it over to Kathleen Von Atchen, our CFO, and Wes McCain from the Health Department. So this is a funding request coming through for the ARPA dollars on the county side. And just as a quick on the process here, so the ARPA subcommittee, which Commissioner Markley chairs, has looked at or continues to look at the allocations for ARPA as those requests come through specifically around COVID in this case, and then make those recommendations for funding. Those are then provided to the standing committee, and should the standing committee decide to move forward with those recommendations, then they go to full commission for authorization. So that's kind of the process here. So the ARPA committee has looked at this funding request and has moved to move it forward to the standing committee. So that's what we bring with you tonight. I will just sort of be direct about it. I think there was also an issue with the agenda and the resolution not being attached to this in the agenda item. So I'll ask Misty Brown, maybe she can kind of clarify or weigh in on that. And so as we go through this discussion here this evening, I wanted to give you the information and then get the determination of the committee as to how they would like to proceed with this, given that error. Misty or legal, anything you want to add to that? Or Susan? Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I missed what the error was. Misty and I were actually discussing something else.
Okay. That the resolution for the funding was not attached to the agenda item itself, so we don't actually have a resolution.
Okay. I think that with a vote or with a motion that's clearly defined to approve it, we can draft a resolution that matches the motion later on.
This is Misty Brown, Chief Counsel, and I would just echo what Susan said and what we discussed. You know, there is a draft resolution that if it does advance to the next level, that we would attach that resolution to be at the full commission meeting.
Questions on that before we dive into the presentation? Anyone? Okay, let's forge ahead.
All right.
Yeah, good evening. This is Kathleen Von Etchen, the Chief Financial Officer. Can you see the presentation on the screen?
We can, yes.
Okay. So we've worked together with the Health Department as well as the ARPA Subcommittee, as Alan mentioned, and this constitutes the additional needs. Okay. So just to give you an update, the American Rescue Plan Act, as an update, our U.S. President Joe Biden signed into law 1.9 trillion in American Rescue Plan Act funds as of 2021, and that was passed or signed on March 11th. And the UG, as part of that act, was allocated in state and local fiscal recovery funds, $87 million in ARPA funds, of which 55.383 million is for the city of Kansas City, Kansas funds, and 32,132,000 for Wyandotte County. So since then, the commission has made a number of allocations, and so I wanted to kind of walk through this chart before we proceed. Here you'll see the large number, the 87.5 million, of which 55 million is for the city of Kansas City, Kansas, and 32 million for Wyandotte County. And since then, the commission has approved a variety of items. First off, as part of the 21-22 budget, a revenue loss replacement calculation was included in the respective funds of KCK and Wyandotte County. And that's what this column down here is. 31.1 million was calculated on the Kansas City, Kansas side, and 11 million on the county side. And then there was an immediate needs. So that left for other ARPA categories, 24 million on the city side and 21 million on the county side. On August 28th or 26th, a number of immediate needs were adopted by the full commission, and those immediate needs constituted funding mainly from the ARPA category, other categories in this green area, but a small portion of the immediate needs was also paid for from revenue replacement. So those portions are listed under that column here and split out accordingly. Tonight, we're really going to be focusing on the county side because the Public Health Department is a county fund. So on the next slide, we're going to focus on the county side. We're just giving you an overview of all the dollars. So as a result of, so that's how these were split out. In addition, at the same time on August 26th, in addition to the immediate needs, another 1.85 million was allocated for housing assistance. And then subsequently on September 30th, the commission approved what is called the UG Employee COVID Mitigation Plan, which was adopted by the full commission. That totaled $1 million, of which 660,000 was for Kansas City, Kansas funds and our employees working respective to Kansas City, Kansas, and 340,000 is estimated for the county side. So given all these funds, which have already been approved, the remaining balances on the Kansas City, Kansas side for ARPA is $22.1 million. And that's the allocated amount as of the middle of December. On the county side, it's $10.6 million. That's still available and unallocated. Now, as you know, as you see up here, there's quite a bit of revenue loss replacement money that was allocated in the operating funds. And based on the adopted budget of 21 and 22, we calculated that there are still revenue loss or revenue replacement monies that have not been allocated. And those are all sitting in the city general fund. And at the moment, that's estimated to be $9.6 million. So these big orange numbers are the amounts that have not been allocated so far.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Commissioner Markley. So the 9.6 million, was that part of what was put into the fund balance?
Yeah, so right now that money is the estimated amount that has not been allocated or spent as of the end of 2022, resulting from all this green column here. Yeah.
Okay, so it's what's left over.
That's right.
Okay. And that's just in the fund balance, and that is we allocated however, when or if and when we'd like, correct?
Right. So that is because the special feature of the revenue replacement is that Treasury allows you to spend it on government services, which is a very flexible criteria. So we're including it here because we want all of the commissioners to understand that this money still is available and could be evaluated as part of the conversations that the ARPA subcommittee are having.
Okay, so we could quote unquote combine and use the fund balance left over with the unallocated ARPA funds, correct? That's what I got from what you said?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
And I should put a caveat. Of course, this number is an estimate based on budget. Of course, as we finalize the fiscal year 21 numbers and then revise the subsequent budget, this number will change. Okay.
Yep, I was gonna say, I don't see any more questions, so I think you're safe to go.
Right. So as I mentioned, tonight's focus is really on the county side of the equation. So all of these numbers are still the same as what I showed before. I did want to point out that the request is coming from the Public Health Department specifically. So we thought maybe you might like to know of the total immediate needs that were adopted on the county side on August 26th. The total immediate needs on the county side was $8.8 million. And of that amount, the Public Health Department received 7 million. And they utilize these funds for a variety of public health needs, of which these are the various ARPA categories. 5.3 million was for specifically public health needs, 700,000 for negative economic impacts. This one's a disproportionately impacted communities. This is a typo here, of 800,000, and then some 200,000 for ARPA grant support. And the immediate needs report that's on our ARPA website has all of the many individual programs specifically listed out with an explanation of each of the programs. These are all just lump sums. So, so now this is getting to the request of the Public Health Department, and it's totaling $3.43 million. And there are 2 slides here that specifically list out all the individual programs. And at this point, I would like to ask Wes McCain from the Public Health Department to step up and talk about each of these items.
Thank you, Kathleen. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Wesley McCain from the Public Health Department. Just real quick notes before I, as quickly as I can, go through these items. Overall, as you look at this list, there's kind of these different categories of items in here. One of the categories is core COVID response. You'll see things like COVID project management, testing, contact tracing, quarantine and isolation, communications, and maybe some others as well. Those were originally much larger requests. As we've learned more about FEMA and about what FEMA will cover, we've reduced those requests because a lot of those items are eligible for FEMA funding. And there's an item in front of the commission on Thursday about this. But we still have them in here because as of right now, we have assurances and understand that FEMA will cover those costs through the end of March. But we do not know what's going to happen after that. And we would, like we were anticipating and have sort of structured this to be the second and final request that the Public Health Department would make to the Commission for ARPA. And so we wanted to put some contingency funding in here for these items past the end of March. Of course, if FEMA extends that, then we will not use this funding. We'll use funding that we can get reimbursed for. And we will return this money to the ARPA pot to be redistributed. So that's a portion of the costs. Another element is there's a lot of this that is in line with our first request, which is about our CHIP. We've, in speaking with the ARPA committee and the commissioners, you and your discussions, and us in our requests have prioritized advancing our CHIP as part of the framework for how these ARPA funds would be used. And so you'll see that throughout here.
Hey, Wes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
For the benefit of the public, maybe not using an acronym and spelling out what CHIP is. And
our CHIP is thanks, Alan. Our CHIP is our 2018 to 2023 Community Health Improvement Plan. And it prioritizes 4 areas of health improvement that are really focused on the social determinants of health, which aligns really well with the ARPA eligible uses, which that act also was looking not only at COVID virus mitigation, but also at the economic and social recovery of communities from COVID, which aligned really well with our CHIP. And so those areas are violence prevention, safe and affordable housing, jobs and education, and access to healthcare services. So you'll see those kind of categories reflected in that. That was an operating framework for our first request to the commission in that immediate needs bucket, and that continues with this.
And Wesley, I might add just one more thing is that the community, the CHIP, the Community Health Improvement Plan, one of its overarching goals is to improve our current health standings amongst the state, because right now we're, if not the one of the lowest across all the counties, right?
We are, yes. Yes, and it will be difficult, if not impossible, for us to improve that until if we don't make progress on some of those underlying factors that help to promote and support health, which include housing and access to living wage jobs and things like that. So a lot of these you'll see continued in here. If it says continued, that means that we requested a portion of this funding in the immediate needs, and the continued is an additional request. Almost always that means that we requested, not always, but almost always it means that we requested 2 years of funding, and that we're requesting a third year of funding, which would take us through the end of ARPA, which is the end of 2024. And a final thing is that we're going to be subawarding a lot of this funding, even though the health department is the operating agency that will be receiving the funds. A lot of this money is being sent out into the community. That's how a lot of our work on the social determinants of health and on long-term health improvement and COVID recovery works. We don't have the expertise to do all the work, so we form very strong partnerships with agencies, and we support them through planning and funding, communications, access to resources, things like that. So that is, and then the final thing is there are some items in here that are specifically for health department, for our clients, and for us to support our clients more during this COVID pandemic. And so I will mark those out as well. So I'll stand right now for questions. That's overview, and then I'll kind of dig in briefly into each item as we go forward. I see there's a hand from Commissioner Bynum.
Commissioner Bynum, go right ahead.
Thank you. Commissioner Bynum at Large District 1. Wesley, I want to make sure I understand some of what you said early. If there is an item here that is potentially reimbursable to the unified government from another source like FEMA, then you will go that route first. However, FEMA we only have clarification from FEMA, for example, of things they are going to pay for or reimburse for through March of 22. So what you're seeking is to lock in with these dollars that these needed functions will be funded one way or another. But if you get word that FEMA would reimburse something beyond that date, then you would go that route, and that would free this ARPA dollar back up for other ARPA uses. Did I say that right?
You got it exactly right. Yes.
Okay, so
it's really a timing issue.
right.
Yeah, it's really.
And I get that. I mean, that's, how things work, right? But I guess the tag along question to go with that is you're asking for funding that takes UG Public Health and your partners through the end of ARPA eligibility time. And so if let's say in 24, we're still dealing with something and we get word late that FEMA is going to reimburse, what are we doing to our own ARPA timeline is the question. Are we squeezing our own timeline?
I don't believe we will, and that's the reason I don't believe we will is all of the items that are going to be FEMA eligible. There's a lot that will subaward and will last out. We intend to have budgeted out through the end of 2024, but all the FEMA eligible items are really items that, are going to be operative here in the next year. Things like COVID communications, contact tracing, those items will I mean, I'm not a fortune teller, unfortunately, so I don't know exactly what's going to happen in the next year, but certainly I don't think that the FEMA will continue doing this kind of staging process. And, we wouldn't be able to know how much. I think that there will be time to be able to shift and adjust, and that we won't be kind of playing this game with FEMA for the next 3 years. I think that'll be a little bit sooner than that. And if not, then that'll be an interesting problem to have. But yeah, so I don't know 100%, but I don't think that will be an issue.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. It's fair enough. And Kathleen, I think that, is there some ARPA rule that says it just has to be encumbered by the certain date, not necessarily spent, that helps us maybe not have a potential crunch like that?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you both very much.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Commissioner Markley. This question may have already been asked and answered, so I apologize. Are all of these items FEMA eligible for FEMA reimbursement? No.
No.
Okay. All right. So I'm trying to pick, like, the drug misuse prevention coordinator. Is that currently being funded?
So that says continued. So we did receive 2 years of funding for that in the immediate needs request, and are about ready to onboard a person for that, based upon the increase in overdose and overdose rates in our county. And that 80,000 is for a third year to be able to provide extended funding for that person to continue to work. So we've received part of the funding, and that 80 would be then to take us out to the end of 2024.
Okay.
Just to clarify, each one of these items, if it has continued at the end of it, it means that it was started with the immediate needs report, and it's being continued in this.
Okay, so the original, the first ask the health department came this. Okay, I see where the continued. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
we were. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's say FEMA. So the testing and all the COVID related, those can be FEMA reimbursable, or eligible for FEMA reimbursement, correct?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So yes. Yeah. For instance, the testing, and let's see, the one that says testing and vaccine communications there for $300,000. That is really the reason that's in there is, let's say we spend quite a bit of money, getting word out to our community about COVID, and then we spend it, and then we get to April, and FEMA is no longer going to be reimbursing those dollars. We need a pot of money to be able to continue doing that work. And if we don't have accounts, that have a big amount of money in them to be able to spend that. And so that's kind of when ARPA kicks in. It's like this kind of a little bit of this, I don't want to call it a game, but it's like a process where we want to prioritize FEMA for as long as we can, but we have to have some contingency in place in case FEMA says, and oftentimes we don't know until kind of right before the deadline or early before the deadline. And so these are really contingency funds, and it's difficult to then go through this process to get accounts to have money in them to be able to pay our bills. So it is a little unusual, I know, but it is really, I think that it's good to think of those as kind of safety contingency funds, to be able to use that. And then if,
basically, because these needs will continue because the pandemic is still continuing, but FEMA reimbursement may stop at the end of March. So, we still need to be able to meet those needs.
Okay.
Right.
It has, and this might be a very premature question since we're just towards the end of January. Has FEMA been any indication that they might extend past March?
As of we asked the state that on a call that Matt May hosts on Friday of this last week, and she said, I have no idea. So.
Okay. So for last dot to connect. So these funds, this 3.43 won't kick in until after the end date of FEMA reimbursement, correct?
No, these would be in effect, immediately. It's for 2022 and beyond. Yeah.
So a portion of them, Commissioner, the Allen House, Assistant County Administrator. So a portion of them that are clearly what we define as FEMA reimbursable, those would be sort of held back in a sense.
Yeah.
Other portions of this are, would kind of kick in right away, and would not be, they aren't necessarily FEMA eligible or perceived to be FEMA eligible at this point. So those funds would get accessed and go into motion more quickly, if that makes sense.
I just want to point out that the central accounting, myself, Wes, and the grants managers are all looking at this very closely and keeping very close track of all of these expenditures. We're making sure we have all the documentation so that we can seek reimbursement. It's very, what you're seeing here is very summary kind of, information, but we're all over this and on top of it is my.
Okay.
Yeah.
A good thing I had asked or tried to make that connection, because I was seeing or viewing this completely different than what was explained, and that might have been just my fault, not really following. So I'm glad that I asked that last question. So thank you.
Commissioner Kane.
Related question to this chart, and I was asked this the other day. Is there a way that the health department can say this district's had so many shots and this district's had so many shots, to separate the districts to see which one's got so many and which one doesn't? Is that possible from the health department?
Yeah, we can break it down geographically. I mean, I don't know the level, if it could be commission district or zip code or something like that, but there's a way to provide a basic,
Zip code is fine, district is even better, and I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Can do.
Other questions before we move on? I'm not seeing any, so Wes, you can proceed.
Yeah, so I'll try to, I kept trying to time myself and make this short. So I'm going to make this as short as I can. COVID project manager, that I think is fairly self-explanatory. We have a lot of different projects going on and have to be convened and kept on track. And that role has been very important to us. The forgiveness of court fees if vaccinated, that's a project that was allocated for 1 year and the immediate needs, and we're asking for a second year. That's a project, a partnership with Brandy Brakovich from the municipal court to be able to, two purposes. One, to relieve people who have been vaccinated of a certain portion of their court fees, and then also to help them get their suspended driver's license reinstated, which is really, it's related to our workforce development strategies, trying to give people access to jobs. If you don't have a driver's license, it's more difficult to be able to get to a job. So it's a multiple purpose one, and we're enthusiastic about it and would like to get a second year of funding for it. Testing is another one. That's one of those FEMA eligible contingency funds. Contact tracing, we have burned through a lot of contact tracing dollars now. That our approach has changed a little bit with that, with just a humongous number of caseloads. So our costs might not be quite as significant, but we burned through the first allocation of 200,000 very quickly. So we would like some more with that. That's something to note is contact tracing is not FEMA eligible for reasons I don't understand, but it's just not on the list. So we do need to have a pot of money for that. Transportation assistance for UG PhD clients. By the way, that acronym stands for Unified Government Public Health Department. That is a service to our clients that we would like to put in place during this time. That amount we estimate would fund free transportation door to door for health for all of a portion of our clients who need it from now until the end of 2024. COVID quarantine and isolation, that's another one that we believe is FEMA eligible. That's one that's a bit on the line, but we're working on that right now to get that shored up. But that is helping people who are unsheltered or who are unhoused, who need shelter. If they're COVID positive, they can't be in the same areas as other folks who are sheltered. And so we put them in hotel rooms or other short-term rental units to be able to help them isolate until their symptoms resolve. Testing and vaccine communications, that's one of those FEMA eligible items that is contingency. Our medical officer, this is a continued one. We asked for a year. Having that extra leadership has been very helpful for us during the pandemic. That's another person to be able to provide guidance and leadership to us. So that would take this role out until the end of 2024. These next two are about substance abuse prevention. This is an item that overdoses increased in 2020 and 2021. We have early data. I just got data in the last month that there's evidence that opioid overdoses in particular are increasing in Wyandotte County as well. We have not convened and not had a program in this in the past. And so this is a really excellent and actually somewhat urgent time to focus on this issue. So it's some implementation dollars for that project to be able to work with clinics and others to be able to prevent and treat this issue. And then it's a third year of staffing for a coordinator. And we got the first 2 years for that in the first allocation. Non-emergency medical transportation pilot. This is one that we've done a lot of work on in the community, pulling together healthcare clinics to be able to provide not emergency room visits, but transportation to our safety net clinics and hospitals for non-emergency issues. And we've developed partnerships. There's a funding project from grant application from the Kansas Department of Transportation that's out there. For this, transportation access is one of the biggest issues that comes up when people talk about why they can't access health services. It's always in the top 3. So this would extend that. We're hoping to match some funds that we got from that we hope to get from KDOT to be able to extend this beyond 1 year. That's what that is. Our mobile medical clinic, we asked for the funding to provide for that clinic in our first immediate needs request. That's really exactly what it sounds like. It would allow us to take our services on the road, allows us to go places where people might have difficulty accessing services for lots of reasons: age, transportation, income, anything like that. Proximity to the health department. They might live far out west, and it might be difficult for them to get here. That's a lot of work getting that set up. So we'd like to have a temporary staffing person to get that off the ground. That's what that coordinator salary is for on that. Education team, we have never had a health education team, but we started one during COVID because we were doing a tremendous amount on it. And we asked for that within immediate needs for 2 years. This is a third year. Plus a little bit, we underestimated the salaries a bit on that. So it's a little bit of the salaries for the first 2 years, but then also some marketing costs to be able to educate, not just about COVID, but about the items there as well. Our other health issues have not gone away, and in some cases might have gotten worse during COVID. So we're really excited. We're actually in the hiring process for those this week for that team. So which is really great. And then Health Equity Task Force. RADX is the grant right now that funds it, but we started this during COVID to really work on health disparities that we were seeing in COVID, the African-American mortality rate, the increased case rates among non-white populations. So that work convenes and really spearheads a lot of our health equity work. And we would like to fund that and continue that through the duration of the ARPA period to continue to work on our health equity strategies. Takes a lot of time and partnership, a lot of time to do it well. So it's 2 staff people to be able to coordinate with that committee and all of the leaders who are part of that. Next slide, Kathleen. We have a CHIP coordinator. We have 1 staff person in our health department full-time who works on CHIP. We would like another person to be able to work on this expansion of this during the COVID recovery. That's what 240 of that first request is. And then the ARPA coordinator is a continued one. It takes quite a bit of resources to get these dollars out administratively and things. And so that is a 3rd year of that. The telehealth pilot program, that actually pays for a lease for the Quindaro Community Center. Where we have that's the only cost for that. And it's one that we're still getting up and running, and the partnerships are developing. It allows for moms and families up in the Northeast to be able to access telehealth maternal visits if they have difficulty getting the doctor. These next 2 will be RFPs that we will submit. So unfortunately, it says Kansas Legal Services. We'll have to do an RFP for this. We can't. There are other potential agencies who will do that. So, and that's low-income legal assistance. It's not only housing. It's housing, disability, Medicaid, family issues, employment issues. Lots of things that people can find themselves in who, if they're low income and can't navigate, they have a very difficult time. We heard that from our CHIP. It's very, very important. Lots of people said that was a huge need for members of our community. And then the bottom one as well, that one below it, housing navigation staff for individuals who speak Spanish in our community. Lots of housing dislocation during COVID because of lots of reasons, and people who primary language is not English. It's even harder for them to navigate those issues. And so that's an RFP. We're going to find an agency to be able to help residents in the community on that. The next 4 I mentioned are 4 areas of our community health improvement plan, our CHIP. Those agencies are really the backbones, I guess you could say, of our CHIP. All of our partnerships in those sectors and spheres run through those agencies. We received 2 years of funding with the first one. This allows for a 3rd year through the end of ARPA. And then Waco Public Health Corps, that is, I'm not going to steal the thunder of that because that's a next presentation, but that's a really great opportunity. Very small amount of the total project cost is not covered under that award that we're seeking. And so this is for some non-covered costs that we're requesting through ARPA. And then these last 2 are about community health workers. And community health workers are really, really wonderful people who stand in between social services, governmental services, employment resources, and communities. They're from the community that is being served, but they are experts in these systems. And so they really function as navigators and people to walk alongside people who have difficulties getting the services. And it's a growing model that's been really helpful in lots of areas. 2 of them here are maternal health, so helping women navigate that as they're having a child. Those will be stationed at the health department for that. And then the last one is actually a violence interruption program that Thrive, which is a violence prevention initiative in Wyandotte County, led by a portion of KU, has been working with KU Hospital to be able to interrupt violence by providing trained experts for people who are caught in cycles of violence where the victim then becomes the perpetrator, once they get out of the hospital and they continue a cycle of violence. They bring people who are trained and experts in this, who understand and have been a part of that in the past, to be able to interrupt those. It's an evidence-based program that's been very effective. That partnership has taken a lot of time to set up. And so that's for a 3rd year of funding for that as well. So that I know that's a lot. I apologize for how brief and high level that is, but I'll stand for questions on that.
Questions? Anyone? I'm not seeing any hands. Is there another portion of this discussion team before I ask their public comments or anything from that world?
Well, there's 3 or 4 slides here that you've seen before that generally talk about the objectives the public health department is pursuing in terms of not only these ARPA funds, but all funding sources, and then how they've been done. But at the end of the last slide talks about what we are planning to put into the resolution. So generally speaking, I want to mention that, we're all, again, when we are looking at funding sources, we're prioritizing federal funding first, and then subsequently ARPA county or ARPA dollars. And if federal funding is not yet available, and we'll use ARPA and county funding if federal funding is not available and if needed expenses are not eligible for reimbursement. So every attempt will be made to reimburse local funding through the FEMA Public Assistance Program. Generally speaking, the public health department's response to COVID has hit into these major expense categories again: testing, contact tracing, communications, community engagement, social services, and vaccination. Those are the key categories. And the response goal has been to excel at core public health functions: disease investigation, public education, mass vaccination, and to ensure our response includes community and integrates health equity into decision making. They follow science even when it's difficult, and they utilize every available resource to stop the spread. So they've had some response successes. We've had early testing, early creation of the Health Equity Task Force, increased social needs in our response. They've utilized health orders when necessary, supported local elected officials, and we've made significant financial investment, set up various vaccination centers. So they've been very busy this past 18 or 24 months. I'm forgetting how long it's been now. So finally, I just want to make the key points in the resolution that we actually have a drafted resolution. It was just failed to be uploaded into the system, so you're not able to see it. But this resolution that's being reviewed by the legal department would include several items. First off, back in September, the commission approved $1 million for the UG employee COVID mitigation plan. It was adopted on September 30th. But the point is that resolution should have split the money between KCK and Wyandotte County, because that's how the funds are allocated. So to do a little bit of a cleanup, we're inserting that language in this resolution so that it's specific enough for our federal reporting. So we're allocating 66% of the $1 million on the Kansas City, Kansas side, and 34% on the Wyandotte County side. So this is not new money. It's just taking existing money that was allocated already and splitting it between the respective recipients. And then lastly, the resolution allocates in county funds $3.4 million to continue the fight against the coronavirus and other ARPA eligible uses as we specified here in this presentation. So if you subtract out this 3.4, then you end up with Wyandotte County money of available of 7 million rather than the 10 that you saw earlier in the slide. It's now 7. And so the total ARPA remaining funds totals $29.3 million, not including the amount that's sitting in the city general fund of revenue replacement. This is purely the ARPA allocated funds that are available with the approval of that resolution. Any questions?
Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is Commissioner Bynum, at large District 1. I make a motion to approve the proposed ordinance and resolution with the cleanup language for the UG employee COVID mitigation plan that was previously adopted, and the allocation of ARPA county side funds of 3.4 million to continue the work of the Unified Government Public Health Department with regard to mitigating COVID-19.
Commissioner Harold Johnson, second.
I do have a motion and a second. I'll ask the clerk if we had any comments received from the public.
We have not received any comments.
Thank you. Then any more questions from the commission? If not, roll call on the motion.
Roll call. Kane,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Markley.
Aye. Thank you very much, team, for your presentation tonight.
Thank you, commissioners.
We are moving on to item number 2. Thanks for your patience tonight, guys. We have a long agenda, but you're troopers. Item number 2 is consideration of the update to the 47th Street Overlay District, and I will recognize Gunnar Hand to present. Welcome, Gunnar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. In your package, you should have received a draft of this update to our 47th Street Overlay Ordinance. This ordinance is put together in conjunction with the cities of Westwood and Roland Park, as well as the unified government. You all may be familiar that we have an existing overlay for about the last 10 years, at which point we had created a joint design review committee amongst the 3 individual cities. That was finalized in an interurban agreement. All 3 cities over the last year have come together to remove the need for said joint design review. They instead have put that back. We have decided to put that back onto our individual planning commissions, Board of Zoning Appeals, and Board of Commissioners, respectively. So essentially, we went through a comprehensive review of the ordinance itself, put together a couple updates that we saw above and beyond the core mission here, which was to remove that joint design committee. Excuse me. It's been reviewed by legal. It is in compliance with the interlocal agreement currently established, so we're not breaking any rules there. And then it is planned to be heard at the Planning Commission in February, and if recommended for approval at that time by the full Board of Commission later in February. So we are not asking for any immediate advance of this to the next Board of Commissioners hearing this Thursday. This is just ahead of time, moving along and looking forward to February. So happy to take any questions if anybody has any specifics as it relates to the ordinance amendment.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Commissioner Markley. Can you, in the best layman's terms as possible, describe what an overlay district is?
So this essentially implements a couple of different design guidelines. It makes them an actual part of the zoning code. So if you seek you can't seek a deviation from it like you can other design guidelines that we use in our review process. It's incorporated as an overlay district in the zoning code specifically. So this talks about along 47th Street, really trying to create a unique character along the 47th Street corridor. You might be familiar with, they're currently working through a complete street project on 47th Street. This was all part of the 47th Street corridor plan that was developed again about a decade ago. And out of that, they created this overlay district, the complete streets plan, and the ongoing implementation project that's been happening on the 47th Street. It went from bike lanes and it's going to get upgraded to bike boulevard. So they're all part and parcel one together. The overlay itself is essentially a district that floats over the zoning on the ground. So we still have, R1, C1, all those codes still maintain, but the overlay is additional guidelines, additional standards on top of it. These speak mostly to creating a mixed use urban district on 47th Street.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Clerk, were there any comments from the public?
We have not received any comments.
Here, no hands raised. If there are no further questions from the commission, I will entertain a motion.
I believe Gunnar said there is no approval needed for tonight, correct?
Go ahead, Director of Planning and Design. No, we do need a motion. We're not asking you to move it quickly to this Thursday like I have been over the last couple of
Commissioner
times.
Mike Kane, move for approval.
Second, Ramirez.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Kane,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Markley.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thanks, Gunnar. All right, that moves us to item number 3, the conversion therapy prohibition, an ordinance adding section 22-44 to the Code of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, State, Kansas. And I am recognizing Commissioner Ramirez and James Bain for this item.
Thank you, Commissioner Markley. First, I want to thank James Bain for working with me. I know I presented this to him about when I first got elected. So thank you for continuing to work with me on that. I have short presentation if I could share my screen. I know there was a presentation presented in the packet, but I made a few changes since then. Can everyone see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. This is for a conversion therapy ban within the city limits of Kansas City, Kansas. Just to go over what it is, conversion therapy, sometimes referred to as reparative therapy, is any of several dangerous and discredited practices aimed at changing an individual's sexual orientation or gender identity. Conversion therapists use a variety of shaming, emotionally traumatic, or physically painful stimuli to make their victims associate those stimuli with their LGBTQ identities. A UCLA Williams Institute study found that more than 700,000 LGBTQ people have been subjected to the horrors of conversion therapy. An estimated 80,000 more youth will experience this unprofessional conduct in coming years. And so the question is, does conversion therapy work? No. Conversion therapy, it's premised on the false notion that being LGBTQ is a mental illness that has some sort that can be cured. But all major medical organizations and associations agree that LGBTQ identities are a normal variant of human nature. The American Psychiatric Association determined that homosexuality was not a mental illness in 1973. And is conversion therapy harmful? Yes. The risks of conversion therapy extend far beyond its ineffectiveness, and the time and money wasted on quote unquote therapies that don't work. The American Psychiatric Association clarified that the potential risks of reparative therapy are great, including depression, anxiety, and self-destructive behavior. Since therapist alignment with societal prejudices against homosexuality may reinforce self-hatred already experienced by the patient. And James Bain, I don't know if you would like to go give an overview of what the ordinance does itself.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner James Bain, Unified Government Legal Department. So the ordinance makes it a crime for licensed medical providers, either medical or mental health providers, makes it a crime to conduct conversion therapy on minors. Adults can still make a decision to see a medical or mental health professional if they choose. The ordinance exempts religious activities that or religious counseling by a pastor, and the ordinance allows counseling within a family and holds those free speech rights within a family as not criminal activity. So it focuses on licensed medical providers conducting conversion therapy on minors.
Thank you. And I will preface this ban does not preclude a medical professional or therapist or psychiatrist to provide counseling to LGBTQ youth who may be going through the coming out process. This does not disallow you from doing that. I want to make that very clear. Just to give an overview of where we are with conversion therapy bans around the US. There are conversion therapy bans for minors in 20 states, Puerto Rico, and the District of Columbia. 30 states and 4 territories do not have any state law or policy. Kansas is one of those states. There are over 100 cities and counties across the US who have this ban, including Kansas City, Missouri, North Kansas City, Missouri, Independence, Missouri, Roland Park, Kansas, Lawrence, Kansas, and Prairie Village, Kansas. This is just a very short list of all of the health organizations who have come out or made statements against conversion therapy, saying it has no scientific or mental health validity whatsoever. And then an additional information that James had mentioned, this proposal does not affect religious organizations or decisions made by parents at home. Passage of the conversion therapy ban further demonstrates that Kansas City is a city that truly values diversity and protects and nurtures the rights of all of its citizens. I want to thank James again for all of his work, and also for Tom Alonso and the Equality Kansas and our Human Relations Commission in the county and the city for working on this and hanging on with me through this. It's taken me a couple of years to get this onto an agenda. So I think Commissioner Markley, you and I had a conversation. So thank you for allowing us to have this conversation. If anybody has any questions or comments.
If I could make.
Go ahead, Mr. Bain.
Thank you. I just would touch on the in-home activities. This ordinance does not infringe on child in need of care laws that we have in Kansas. And so if a youth is being terrorized in their home, we do have child in need of care laws that DCF could be involved in that home without the use of this ordinance. And so we're trying to stay out of that lane, that DCF lane and that child in need of care lane by focusing on licensed medical providers.
Thanks, Mr. Bain. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification from James Bain on that last item, and I thank Commissioner Ramirez for the work and bringing it forward. And I would like to make a motion to adopt this conversion therapy ban in, is it countywide or citywide? I guess I missed that part.
It is just within the city limits of Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you very much. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We also have a couple of comments. Commissioner King.
Let the lobby speak first, please.
Certainly, we do have a request to speak, I believe, if the clerk can announce.
We have a participant in the public lobby. They would come forward and state their name.
My name is Lisa Wright. I am from Overland Park, Kansas. I do have ties to the Kansas City community as one of my 5 children recently taught first grade at McKinley Elementary for 4 years. Another of my children is a member of the LGBTQ community. That child identifies as queer, non-binary, and teaches first grade in New Orleans. My child found PFLAG Kansas City, the support group for me when they came out. PFLAG is a national organization of parents, families, friends, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, questioning people who provide a support system for the families and friends of LGBTQ people to enable them to understand accept and support their children with love and pride. They also provide education for individuals in the community at large and support the full human and civil rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, questioning people. PFLAG's vision is to create a world where differences are celebrated and all people are valued, inclusive of their sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. Conversion therapy describes a range of dangerous and discredited practices falsely claiming to change, or from the perspective of these organizations, correct a person's sexual orientation or gender identity or expression to a heterosexual practice or cisgender expression. These practices have been rejected by every mainstream medical and mental health organization for decades, but due to continued discrimination and societal bias against LGBTQ people, there are some practitioners who continue to conduct conversion therapy. Minors are especially vulnerable to this abuse, and the practice of conversion therapy can lead to depression, anxiety, drug use, homelessness, and suicide. Research conducted at the San Francisco State University found that if an LGBTQ child is rejected by their family or caregivers, their risk of attempted suicide is 8 times higher than their peers, and they are 6 times more likely to report high levels of depression. As a society, we need to accept everyone for who they are. I want my children to be accepted for who they are without risk of anyone trying to change the amazing human beings they have become. No one should lose the love and support of their family because of who they are or who they love. God did not create my child to hate my child. Please love your children. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, did we receive any other public comments before I move to Commissioner Kane?
We did not.
Thank you. Commissioner Kane?
I don't even know where to start. Kristen, I have never agreed with you more ever than right now. I know so many people that live alternative lives and they're outstanding people. And to put somebody through something like this is unbelievable. I don't get emotional, but I support this. I support you in this. And I support everyone else that lives an alternative lifestyle. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. We do have a motion and a second on the table. If there are no further questions, roll call on the motion, please.
Roll call. Kane?
Aye.
Johnson?
Aye.
Ramirez?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
Markley?
Aye. Thank you very much. We are moving on to item number 4, UG Vista Program in Public Health Americorps application. It's a presentation about the UG Vista program and request for approval for the new Americorps program. And Allison is here to present. Allison Zool. Oh, yep, I see her. Welcome.
Yes, thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be here for my first time. So hopefully I fumbled through the process just good enough. I have a presentation for you and I promise to go somewhat quickly so that it's been a long day. Like Commissioner Markley said, my name is Ali Zool and I am the Americorps Initiatives Supervisor at the Public Health Department. The health department houses the Americorps Vista program that we have here at the Unified Government. My purpose is twofold. Alan Howes suggested that I give a presentation to you all to update you all on the wonderful work our Americorps Vista members are doing here within our program, and then also ask for grant application approval for WICO Public Health Corps or the Public Health Americorps application. So I'm going to do first the Vista presentation and then go into the details about our grant applications. So here's just a small agenda, just a brief overview about Americorps Vista and Americorps, a brief history about our program, as well as kind of a look at our program right now, some highlights, and then going into what I called an opportunity for growth, which is the grant applications for Public Health Americorps. So first, I believe most of you are familiar with Americorps. It's a federal agency, so a federal program that brings people together to tackle our community's most difficult challenges through national service and volunteering. And then Vista specifically is a program that engages members in a year of service to strengthen our community and eliminate poverty through the mobilization of volunteers and community resources. So I wanted to provide you kind of a chart about Americorps because Americorps can be somewhat confusing if someone isn't up to date on all of the lingo. So there is a federal agency that used to be called the Corporation for National and Community Service. It now does business as the title Americorps. Then there are two kind of main programmatic levels. One is called Americorps also, and then the other is Americorps Seniors. Then under Americorps, we have State National, Vista, and NCCC. And then under seniors, we have foster grandparents, senior companions, and RSVP. Here in Wyandotte County, through all of the different organizations that apply for Americorps grants, we have almost all of these Americorps programs in Wyandotte County. Specifically at the Unified Government, we have a Vista program, which is housed in the Health Department, which is what I coordinate and manage. And then some of the departments do participate in an RSVP program through the United Way. And then there are other programs in Wyandotte County that cover the other sort of programs, if you will, for Americorps. So right now I'm just going to talk to you about Americorps Vista. So the key principles are an anti-poverty focus, sustainable solutions, community engagement, and capacity building. So Americorps Vista members do capacity building, so they don't do direct service or have direct interaction with clients. So they do more of, if you will, background or program development, those types of things. The focus area for Americorps Vista is on education, economic opportunity, disaster response, environmental stewardship, healthy futures, and veterans and military families. Specifically, our program focuses a lot on healthy futures, economic opportunity, and then more recently, disaster response with the COVID-19 pandemic. So specifically about our program, we operate the largest intermediary Americorps Vista program in the state of Kansas here at the Unified Government. Our grant allows for 33 year-long full-time members, 2 Americorps Vista leaders, and 20 summer associate members. We receive funding from Americorps to operate this program, and it pays for 2 full-time staff, so myself and an additional staff person, and it totals a little over $171,000 for this grant year. All in, the Americorps investment into our program is a little over $1.1 million. The Unified Government doesn't receive all of those funds, but it includes things such as the living allowance for our members, benefits such as an education award, and they do receive some health insurance benefits as well. We currently have 14 members that are doing great work in neighborhood revitalization, COVID-19 response, different communications, and so much more. And then overall, we have 20 placement sites. 11 of them are Unified Government departments, and 9 of them are community partner agencies. So we place members both within the different departments of the Unified Government and at community partner agencies. Some of the main highlights of recent Americorps Vista service is we have a member who has successfully managed 700 plus volunteers at our COVID-19 vaccination sites. And then earlier in the pandemic, we had a very wonderful Americorps Vista member who did all of the updating to the COVID dashboard and kept community members up to date on kind of what was happening when nobody really knew what was happening at the beginning of the pandemic. And then for community engagement efforts, we have a member that's placed within Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, who has worked on research and helped implement the municipal ID program that KCKPD has, as well as one of the members at our partner agency, Groundwork Northeast Revitalization Group, has spearheaded a lot of communication efforts, which have kind of doubled, if not tripled, in the pandemic, of making sure that Northeast KCK residents are understanding kind of what's happening and what's going on in our community. So now I have just kind of a brief overview of our Public Health Americorps applications. Those were included in the documents that we sent over, hopefully to the clerk's office and got sent on to you. So this program is what's called a state national program. And so it's different from our Vista one. There are different congressional legislation and regulations that go along with this program than with Vista. Overall, there was a new funding opportunity announced back in October, I believe it was, that was specific to public health departments or local public health initiatives. The public health department submitted applications for the same project at two different levels of funding. One is a national or federal level funding from Americorps themselves, and the other is a state level funding from the Kansas Volunteer Commission. Both opportunities are Americorps money. They are just funneled through separate opportunities. That's how we were able to apply for both with the same program design. We requested $216,000 from Americorps to implement this Public Health Americorps program. And then, as Wesley mentioned earlier, the additional funding was included in the ARPA, the second ARPA request for the Public Health Department, and it totals $31,000. If we are selected for both of the funding opportunities, we would need to select one since it's the same program design and the same source of Americorps. So on to what's actually included in the application. It is for 15 half-time members that are focused on 4 public health initiatives. The first one is our Community Health Improvement Plan. The second is tobacco cessation. The third is an increased and targeted COVID-19 outreach and education program. And then the fourth is the new WICO Connect program, which is in partnership with the Community Health Council of Wyandotte County. Then I briefly wanted to touch base on kind of what each of the teams would do and the impact of those teams. So for the CHIP, or the Community Health Improvement Plan team, 5 members would be assigned to that team, and they would focus on the 4 focus areas, plus communications and evaluation for the plan overall. And then the impact would be additional action steps of the Community Health Improvement Plan being completed, as well as an increased support for our CHIP partners that we have. For tobacco cessation, the plan is to have these individuals go through the tobacco treatment specialist certification process through KU Med, and they will work with adults and youth on tobacco cessation and prevention. They would work within the Unified Government Public Health Department clinic with our WIC clients and with community partners such as safety net clinics and schools. The impact of this service would be increasing the number of these tobacco treatment specialists here in our community, as well as increasing the support that is provided in the realm of tobacco cessation. Next is a targeted COVID-19 outreach and education program with 3 members that would do targeted outreach to vulnerable populations that may include individuals of color, pregnant women, or those who have been chronically quarantined. So they're unvaccinated and they keep coming into contact with individuals who are positive for COVID-19, and so they have to continuously quarantine. So these members would provide individualized education and answer questions, kind of be there to support members of our community as they make decisions to become vaccinated or potentially become vaccinated. The impact would be the increasing the knowledge of our residents about the safety and efficacy of the COVID-19 vaccination, and hopefully overall increasing our community's vaccination rate. Then finally, the WICO Connect team will be placed at CHC, the Community Health Council, and they will provide project support for the WICO Connect initiative through coordination, evaluation support, and documentation needs that they might have. Overall, these Americorps members would be supporting the community health workers that are working through the WICO Connect program. They will also solicit and collect feedback on the equity initiatives that are going on with COVID-19 outreach, just to ensure that we are acting in the most equitable way in our COVID outreach. And then the impact of this service would be increased efficiency and reach of the program of the WICO Connect program, thus increasing our residents' knowledge of existing services and programs that are available to them. I know I kind of sped through that, but I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has.
I'm not seeing any questions. Oh, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Commissioner Markley. In a spirit of transparency, I have spoken with Misty Brown and she has spoken with Commissioner Markley, who is aware. I will be asking for approval to recuse myself. In 2020, the Governor, Laura Kelly, appointed me to serve on the Kansas Volunteer Commission. This application will come before us as a commission, so I will need to recuse myself here and recuse myself there.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions from the commission? Or did we receive it?
I just wanted to maybe make just a quick point. One is to thank Allie for the leadership that she's shown in this program. And this is something that has grown over the last couple of years at the unified government and has provided a tremendous amount of value. It's taken people from within the community that have joined the program. It has brought people from parts within the Kansas City metro as well as around the country into our community for a year or sometimes 2 years of public service. And it's just been a phenomenal experience for them and provided a whole bunch of really useful capacity and efforts across a whole range of departments, as you saw in the presentation. So this is one that's, I think, pennies, we pay pennies and we get back dollars, but more importantly, we get back a whole bunch of great people who come and spend time in Wyandotte County and contribute their time and talents to making the community a better place.
Thanks, Alan. Definitely the case. We have had some amazing worker bees out of this program, and a lot of them have had some high visibility with us as commissioners as they have done their work. So it's been definitely a good partnership. Clerk, do we have any comments from the public?
We received none.
Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
Commissioner Bynum, move to approve.
Mr. Johnson, second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Kane.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thanks, Allie. I am excited to tell you we are on our last agenda item.
I'm up, hold on.
I'm even more excited to tell you it's for information only. So it is an update on planning and urban design, and Gunnar Hand is here to share that update with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. I promise I'll be quick. This is just an oral update on what we've been doing on planning and what we intend to do. I wanted to bring this to you all because over the last couple of months, you may have seen we've brought a couple of ordinance amendments. We just earlier in this agenda moved forward with the update to our 47th Street overlay. We moved 2 moratoriums in the COVID-19 emergency ordinance continuances a month ago. And before that, we updated our historic preservation ordinance. So we're on a bit of a roll. The background to that is we are in the process of hiring and creating a new division within the Planning and Urban Design Department called Ordinance Studies. That section, one person, will focus on the zoning code as a living document. It will ultimately turn into getting us back to the comprehensive update of the zoning code. But before we do that, there's a couple things that have to fall in place. One, we have immediate needs right now that need to be addressed in the code. And I think that if anything, COVID-19 has laid those bare to us. We have been planning over the last few months to focus on a couple of issues in 2022 that we wanted to just quickly go over with you. As additional background to that, just really quickly, you are probably familiar that we are in the middle-ish of creating for the first time a countywide mobility strategy. We hope to release an RFP in the spring, summer to dovetail or continue the mobility plan efforts into the update of our citywide master plan. And the number one tool to implement a vision for a community is its zoning code. So once we get those master planning documents all up to date, we'll go back to the zoning code, probably not until 2023. So in 2022, we have a multitude of fixes that we need to make. And what we were thinking about doing in 2022 specifically was to focus on housing. We are open to a conversation. We wanted to just sort of put this out there to start said conversation. We'll be working with our new mayor and new CAO and technically the new board to go through some of these priorities, but we just wanted to let you know that we'll be coming more often over the next few months. Once we have somebody hired, we hope to, in rapid succession, put some, certain things together. Specifically, we need to fix our short-term rentals issue, pulling that out of the zoning code update and expanding on it. It didn't go too deep into the issues that we've seen in the last year and the continued explosion of short-term rentals. We're going to look into creating an accessory dwelling unit ordinance. We're going to be looking to pull out, again, another section from the zoning code, comprehensive zoning code update to create a tiny homes village section in our ordinance, among many different things. So the name of the game in 2022 is housing. Again, that's a priority that we were working with out of 2021. We're happy to adjust as needed. We just wanted to put you guys on the radar that we will be coming through with quite a few ordinance amendments in the next 6 to 12 months.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Commissioner Markley. Gunnar, you said something that rang my ears because it's very important to my district, and specifically Rosedale, is STRs. So when you get to that section of code or whatever, I would love to be part of that, because that is something that I hear a lot from Rosedalians is more regulation of the STRs and how we can better incorporate them into the community. I know I think they're beneficial as well, but they have to be done the right way. So I would definitely love to be part of that conversation.
Absolutely, we appreciate that, Commissioner. And what we think, let's just say strategically, is we can't not address that issue before going into any other housing ordinance issue. Can't talk about accessory dwelling units if we don't first talk about short-term rentals, because a lot of times those short-term rentals are in ADUs, whether they're permitted or not. And it's something that we thought we could put on the back burner, but with 2 to 3 short-term rentals in Rosedale every month, it's something we need to work on, and we'll be doing that as soon as possible. Again, we're right at the beginning of hiring that new section, and so we do need a little bit of time to speed that up, but we've been trying to build some momentum into that new position. So yes, we will reach out to the commission, you specifically, because it is the biggest of issues in Rosedale, probably followed up in terms of density, the Strawberry Hill Central Area neighborhood.
Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. Gunnar, you've been with us all night, so thanks for hanging in there, but you heard a lot of information prior to your update about the Community Health Improvement Plan. And one of the components of that is the safe and affordable housing leg of the plan. And there's been 3 years of work done on that. And I'm just curious if you have already reached out to that group, or do you plan to, or how can we weave those two things together when we do step into this prioritizing of the housing conversation? Thanks.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. I would answer that by saying this. I think we're going to approach these ordinance updates, specifically things that relate to housing, because they are so expansive in their nature. The way we approach the Armadale Area Master Plan, we will be engaging all relevant UG departments in that effort. The other synergy I think is important to note here is that the Community Development Department is also in the process of updating their 5-year consolidated plan. Those are over the next 5 years, what are we going to spend our community development block grant money on, and we're tying those specifically in this next 5-year closer to the implementation actions in the area plan work that we've been doing. So all of those work collectively together. Yes, we will absolutely be reaching out to both the Board of Commissioners, the community, and the entire UG family to do this work.
Okay, thank you.
That's it for me.
Additional comments or questions? All right, team. That item was for information only. Thank you, Gunnar. And that concludes our meeting for the evening. Thanks everyone for your attention and patience, and we are adjourned.